All right. Sorry about that. Sunny with the full gifted subs and everything with 103 month resub. Again, I've been streaming longer than 103 months. I have been streaming much, much longer than that. Weird. Super weird that you've only been sub for 103 months. When I've been streaming for like 140 months, but it is what it is. Only a couple years that you were technically, you know, not subbed. Years. Literally, you were missing 2 years of my streaming. You didn't sub for 2 years. Two years. Thank you very much, Sunny Buddy. See, Sunny wouldn't unsub like that. Thank you very much, Sunny Buddy. We'll queue a couple shops. There's not a whole bunch going on though. And the between pot. Valera is like 75 or 74. I'll finish it tonight. Probably gets enough tomorrow. That's a fast queue. Sludgefish. Sludgefish. It makes mom's not. Interesting. I mean, it's cheap as fuck too. Where do you even get them from? Huh? Get sludgefish and you can just do the grind without having to die a whole bunch of times. Huh? They one shot you on 11? You going on 11? I don't know, they hurt me. Mobs one shot me? Have you gone today? I mean, well, I'm not a healer, so I don't heal myself. I'm reverse, but it doesn't really matter, does it? My glimpses entire one shot though. Big one shot. Not bad. That was an unfortunate. Pre-blow up. Should be fine with pre-blow up. Blow's strong as fuck for the Havoc. This stun helps me a great deal. He's playing on top of me, so we're fine. I gotta play AFK now. Because I can die kind of anytime. He's gonna bomb this, but I'm not in line of the hunter, so he doesn't bomb it. Alright, I can play aggro again. I can continue, as it were. Bombs. That meld. I'm not gonna. I don't know. Did we have Link? I think we had Link. I was kind of ran away today. I could have redocked though. Blur up. Nope. He's dead. There's no way to lose that. No idea wraps on that one. I could have pre-blowed this really easily, but a bit of horror. That was my trinket, but he already bombed at the start, so I think it's fine. They blow it because they kind of assume me here. I'm kind of making myself the target. I mean, at the moment, it just feels like the Asterog's winning, by the way. It just feels like the Asterog's OP as fuck. They're buffing it, though, so it's okay. Like, it's good. We're happy about the 6% buff they're getting. And the 5% meta buff as well. For a spec that's already insanely lethal. It's good. Needed. The kind of change you're hoping for. I mean, the Asterog change is a change that, like, somehow And I think this is actually kind of rare, but somehow the meta has converged on Rogue as the problem so fast, and somehow Blizzard are behind. You know what I mean? It's crazy. That's actually like it's kind of a first, where the game, you get an Aster Rogue in every single shuffle in 1 week, and Blizzard buff them. No, I actually think, I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe Mystery Monks are another example of like Blizzard being hugely out of touch, but it'll probably get blocked on Monday, I guess. Like Aster Rogue is so egregiously overpowered. Even the 5% health change, like the 5%, they're already strong against healers. So even just the 5% agi buff that all DPS are getting is already a giant buff to Aster Rogue. The extra 6% on top of that is going to be disgusting. It's just a waste of time. That is like literally the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. This morning I had a double Aster Rogue lobby. The meta has devolved into Aster Rogue in seconds, and yet honestly, apparently all rogue specs are something insanely high in PvE. No, this is PvP. They're just not. They've got a blind spot to rogue. Apparently, I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on. Could just be coincidence that it so happens to be rogue every time, but I'm not saying that rogue shouldn't be strong. I'm saying that they should just block the extra 5-6% they're getting, because that is stupid. The rogue is just walking all over the entire lobby. Nothing we can do. Nothing we can do here. I guess we can get 3. I guess that counts. Have I played Hunter? Yeah. BM seems really, really good. Mox seems pretty av. I don't think Mox seems that good. Seems fine. You know, start buddy. Hope stream's good, man. Hope life's good. I reversed, but I'm not sure if I should have. Tell me if you guys noticed any like weird lag spikes, by the way, tonight. I changed some shit. And I don't know if streaming will get better or worse with the changes. 50-50. Wait. How did he get precog there, man? That was an insane precog. I better get a trinket from that. We're in a bit of trouble here for a while too. Not out of trouble. $3. For every time I my thing have this add-on updates. 3 more of them. Yeah, I'm curious if we are better or worse off. Just tell me if you guys notice any like weird stutters and stuff in combat, more or less. If my stream drops frames or not, because I changed the way that my OS works a little bit, and it is hard to like really. This patch is hard to know whether the stutters are caused by the game because like add-ons are getting cooked. Like every single patch is like a new expansion of like with add-ons because they're making so many changes under the hood. Is that this fish stuff not use? What I use? So now nothing aggroes. Allegedly. Wait. Nothing aggroes, but I guess I haven't done it on this card, huh? I mean, nothing's aggroing, so yeah. Seems good. Should get a spell jam. It's not. It just makes life pretty easy. I'm already 76. Maybe like another 20 minutes or something. Like one more shuffle queue, and we're probably done with this leveling. I don't think she is much stronger anyway, though. Like, I don't think it's a big deal. It just makes it makes sense to do it now because like you just have that for the whole season and next season too, I guess too, right? Like it's still useful for next season as well. And there's really like almost nothing to do this week. This week is more. It's actually like it's interesting because originally I thought like they would put a lot of stuff to do in pre-patch, or in preseason, but actually preseason's about people that quit at the very start of last season who didn't have full get coming back and be able to play. It's catch up for. Well, that's the point, right? The target audience is not players that played last season. The target audience are players who played the start of the expansion and are coming back to catch up quickly. It's really just for the people that want to play. It's to even the playing field for players that didn't play last season. That's really what it is. Is the AI recap thing to do with me crashing out on Asterogs? My guess is it is. Fucking Asterogs, man. Hey, Car. This is. Oh, it's so. He's actually kind of a main Asterog. The term reelsing, technically associated with. Well, that's not really a term anymore, I guess. People have heard in a long time. Not that I believe that's true at all, by the way. I'm not feeding into that shit, but technically, I don't make that connection at all. I think it's just coincidence, but funny coincidence. I think it's just I don't know. Like I will say this as well though. I think Asa is the most benevolent ruler of the rogues. It's the only non-tank spec rogue. It's killable. Like in threes, it can be isolated. Probably less so in shuffle and stuff, but in threes, it can be hard trained in a way that Ala rogue can deal with it quite well, and sub can. I don't think I think Asa is not really like as good at being a target. You know what I mean? No, I don't personally at all believe it's that I don't feed into that at all. The only thing I will feed into is I am for I think there is a perception of what certain specs need to be viable and or good in PvP. I think people have like a built up. I'm gonna die. A built up perception of what you need, and I think it's good that rogues have had someone defending that. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for other specs. The issue, like I think if everyone has a dev in their, I'm not saying I'm not feeding into the idea that maybe there is a dev in the rogues corner, but I'm saying that like rogues have historically been defended pretty well in terms of like what they need to be viable in PvP. I don't think the same has been. I don't think other specs have been served as well, and that's a shame because I don't think it's a mutual thing. I don't think you have to. I don't think it's a situation where you like that it should be. Oh, they shouldn't have this because we don't. I think it's one of those things that it's a multiple choice question, right? Like you can have multiple. You can kind of defend everyone at the same time. I think that's how it used to feel was, the game kind of was. And I think it ought to be possible to for everyone to benefit. I mean, it's not hard to have one person championing each spec, right? Or like, you know, every like you just kind of divvy it up in a way that like everyone's got someone looking out for them. I don't know. Strange. Rogues I've been looked out for. I mean, I think historically that has been the case. I think it's a bad thing, but I think everyone else is hoping they get their turn. So my take on that. So I don't know who was the rogue and or DH dev in those seasons, right? I know people have said, but I'm not. What I will say is this: if you are associated with that development, then I think it's reasonable. I think it's reasonable that you like take care of them. I just think other specs had to be taken care of too, you know? But I mean, the game has been fucked. Like, the game has been in a weird state since the Dragonflight Season 2 changes. Dragonflight Season 2 changes homogenized CC too heavily. For most specs, they made like, for example, warriors got completely like warriors have struggled to be good unless OP for a very long time because their stuns are just so inferior. And that was not how the game was for like a decade. Like Stormbolt existed for a very long time at 4 seconds. And once Stormbolt became 3 seconds, warriors were only good coincidentally when they were OP. They're only good when they're overtuned. That's just the reality, right? So that isn't like a specific dev at Blizzard that caused that, or even rogues that caused that. That's just the design being incredibly biased towards the classes with the best stuns. Thematic for Warrior. I mean, Warrior has had pretty good stuns for quite some. I mean, I don't know. I guess Warrior didn't have good stuns in Wrath. No, they did sort of, didn't they? They had Stormbolt in Wrath. No, they had bad stuns in Wrath. They just had fucking intercept stun and stuff. What levels follow? 77 or 78? We're just doing this while we're in shuffle queue. The changes this patch are like good for you, but I still do think the main currency is going to be stuns, which still makes rogues like strongly advantaged. Stuns have been the PvP currency for so long, to be honest. The day the game gets very, very interesting is the day they nerf like Hodge by a second, Maim and Cheap Shot and Kidney Shot. When that happens, the game gets really weird. And then we can talk about spec. Not then specs are very homogenized. Yeah, you can also right click on your frame and leave out that way too, if you're not in combat. I'm usually in combat though. I don't know about I like Diaz being unique. I think CC should. It would be very strange to have the game without CC. I think. I will say a change I would love to see. I would love to see healers being not so like One of the unfortunate downsides to Shuffle, you guys may have noticed this. Healers are not very killable mostly nowadays. Like almost all healers are unbelievable tanks. And the reason for that is because of Shuffle. Like once Shuffle came out, coincidentally, within one season of Shuffle existing, you'll notice they buffed all healer health relative to DPS health. They made healers just like much tankier than DPS. And that makes sense, right? You don't have lobbies that are like just heal lobbies. You just train a healer down. They didn't want that gameplay, so they just said, okay, healers are tanks now. And then most classes are not like capable of killing healers, outside of like big cooldown trades. But that isn't like historically how arenas worked. For a very, very long time, the game was about peeling for your healer, and like a lot of comps would just go healers the whole time. So I would love for the healer protection to only exist in Shuffle. I think it makes sense that healers are tanks in Shuffle, but I don't think that should be the way Arena works. I think normal Arena should not have those protections in place, because I think it kind of messes up the flow of the game when a lot of comps just have their win condition taken away. Yep, that's the game. If you look at the history of the game, almost every comp, like the going healers was a big part of how many comps functioned. And when they cut out healer as an option, those comps stopped being S tier comps, right? You cut the legs off of those comps. Most DK comps would go healers, but well, I mean, yeah. 6 expansions? Nah, BFA you trained healers the whole time. BFA and Shadowlands you trained healers the whole time, didn't you? I think you trained healers, and yeah, you definitely trained healers in Shadowlands. It was just Shuffle when they put the trinket bonus in the game, and they made the trinket bonus 15%. They just made it so healers couldn't die. I think it's been Dragonflight. Oh, priests haven't been killable since they took out Necrotic Strike. Necrotic DK would just train that, like every DK comp would train. I mean, maybe I'm biased in that sense, but yeah, Disc Priests are designed to not be trained. And then ironically, the best healer training classes have been rogues. Like healers, like the stuns from rogues are strong enough. With Glam, Ferals are good at killing healers too, I guess. But like you need to have like insane stuns and burst. But I still think the game feels incomplete with that change. Like Arena feels incomplete. Lots of classes, like lots of comps would be good comps if they could go healer still. Fury Warriors train them? Healers? And maybe Ret Warrior does, because Ret Warrior is like a... I mean, Ret Warrior has one of the stuns that enables that though, right? Like Hodge is powerful against healers, pretty weak against everything else. But most comps can't do that. Not like it used to be, at least. I'm just putting out things that have changed, like coincidentally since Arena's become less popular. I mean, they obviously don't want healers to get trained. In Shuff. Because it'd be really bad gameplay. I still think Ret Warrior. I mean, Rets try, and in Shuffle they try too. Like Rets will like Hodge and go Druid often. What is the way when he actually was going that guy for a sec? What do we think about K mages? I wonder if they would have been like complete monsters. I don't. I mean, I think they're good still. I think they would have. That bonus looked so disgusting until it got nerfed. It's getting nerfed next week. I think their bonus was like 20% missiles or more. We're hurting him. There's an invisible ring there. Fuck. You bit all three, Yeah, I mean, mages mechanically is still very far ahead of everyone, yeah? I don't see a universe without changes. They're still immune to stuns, which is honestly, like, at this point, a bit questionable. I think that's one of the biggest proximity reasons why they're good as well. Every other class tanks stuns. Like, if rogues are the best melee always, being the class that can't get stunned by them is obviously a pretty powerful perk. Or why is my totem nameplate not showing on this character? I feel like it works. My other characters. Did they change something? Good blur. Look at this one. I'm not though. Now I will. Did he proc on me? There's no like. Hmm. Well, that bolt actually does hurt. I saw chaos bolted by this guy. Blow might actually kill me later on. And I could reverse that for sure. I mean, DH seems to have adequate mobility for this mage. Meld the surge. I lied. I'm just dipping for a second. The end of this. Double stun. I feel pretty OP in this lobby, honestly. You kind of just do whatever. Oh, the slow damp, man. Anything but that. Oh, they're dying to auto attacks. Mages are maybe sneaking into being viable this season, potentially as Fire, Frost, and Arcane. Potentially. Just barely. All 3 specs. Arrestia. For once. For once, Arcane Mage just barely made it with Fire and Frost at the same time. Also, Rogues, you know, just barely making it as well. Top on PvE, both as sub and I believe as asset as well. Because why not? I felt like this. You'll notice that we're going kind of crazy in this lobby because there's no Asarogue for some reason. I think DH is actually really good, except for Asarogue. Maybe Warrior too, but technically, or BM is also really good. I don't know. They all have their own little like kind of perks though. This was a bad use of my helm now. Because I'm not really sure I'll just do the damage buff one, I guess. This tunnel bust. If I don't get fed with him. Oh, he has to block. How do we even deal with that? We stun them, I guess. Get a disperse, please. Got Link. Maybe I go healer? No, he gets hexed. I don't want to break the hex. Damage buff again. Got disperse. Got Link. Shaman's no trinket. Mid it in 14. I mean, I have a ton of damage. He's probably cooked. Here we go. Not the hex. Get a stun off that. We're kind of blasting a double fair. I'm with a mage, so technically I shouldn't do this, but I did. Going for the damage buff, I think. Aw. I wanted to. I can't see totems, but I wanted to go kick that. Damage buff again. I wonder if I should leave this lobby. I want Qs. We're winning this lobby because we're the only MS. Like, we feel OP, obviously, right? Kind of situation where, like, what can they do? I'm the only one. Like, unless our mage has that blocking air. Pretty tragic reverse, honestly, from me. Yeah, this bolt thing actually hits like decently hard. Probably pretty strong when they had to kick out into an cap, I think. Into a fair. Into a stun. And it's block. Blah. Bit of danger here. Less danger now. Double kicked. I have so much damage. Oh, so tragic. I'm not sure I didn't hit the shaman though. Bro, I'm just rude. I can't help him. Ah, it's so brutal. I could have reversed my own roots, but it wouldn't have done anything, you know? Like I actually killed him. We should have done 6-0 though. I mean, we were, it would have been free reign after that. We had so much damage. It was about to be like fairly unlosable from my POV. Yes, through him. Oh, yeah, I didn't have that many options at the end. Unfortunately. The and mostly because they played it well, right? They had really good. DH could be really good this season. Like I actually think there's a good chance that DH ends up meta Feels incredibly smooth to play. Maybe it's been smooth the whole time though. Maybe it got no changes going between seasons. This is the first time I've played it, but it feels infinitely smoother than it used to. Is the rating from the season persistent in season 2? It's all going to reset. I assume there's also going to be they're going to slash MMR as well, or they're going to slash a few hundred MMR on top of the inflation being gone. I would imagine, like, you know, if I'm at 2400 right now, if you're at 2400 rating or MMR, it'll go down to like 21, 22 on season start. In addition to the inflation being removed, so we lost like 500 from that last week. Use zone buff and PvP. I don't think it applies at all in arena, unless they put like an arena end that has a hook to that. I don't think any of it works. I mean, DH seems really good. I don't know. I would assume MVQ does very well this season, and limps and stuff. Seems like a good DH season. The slow changes are, I mean, they're I don't know. I guess they should be bad for them technically, but they just seem. DH seems good. Like I played this only because I was kind of forced to. You only play stuff you haven't played before really in preseason because of the way that rating works. So I'm just playing all my characters I haven't played at all. So I'm playing, like, I played Frost DK, fucking hated it. BM Hunter, insanely fun. I think I like BM Hunter the most, but DH has really good utility. It feels. I mean, I don't know. You have to understand, when I'm playing Havoc, I've played it like basically 0 times. I haven't played it since maybe midway through last expansion. I didn't play any beta with it. I didn't play it in season 1 at all. So the fact that it feels this smooth with you know, very few games played, it feels like kind of better to play than Warrior from my POV. But I think Warrior is objectively stronger, probably. Warrior can't benefit from some of its changes though, unless the Warrior PvP build can somehow play the like cleave / slam build, but I don't think it can. I don't think Warrior is at a point where they need to be nerfed. And PvP and PvE, it's probably gonna hit though. I wouldn't be surprised if you just saw like fucking 5 Warriors show up in boss and you have to understand, Warrior 2 target and 3 target is crazy. I haven't seen the raid, but if there are any like, you know, an ad shows up and Warriors can just sit there and funnel, Warrior 2 and 3 target funnel is crazy. I guess it's only funnel on 3 target, but their cleave is insane. So I don't know if you need to do the new zone or not for PvP. We won't know until next week. If randomly quests don't show up because you haven't completed the campaign that's happened before, that could be a thing. But at this stage, I don't think it's needed. That being said, there have been situations where you can't get like the quest to get like the things bug out without it sometimes. You should do it, because what else did it do? Preseason PvP isn't even relevant. Like the game I'm doing shuffle right now, it has no relevance at all on anything, you know? Like, classes will change. Tear isn't in the game yet. We're using old Tear. Like, there's tons of different scale factors that just aren't relevant to the new season at all. You can test out some new class design stuff, but that's about it. It's just something to do. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, I mean, it's just for fun right now. I still find it fun, but I would recommend doing the new zone because most of your sub you're paying $15 a month or whatever, or with gold or whatever you're doing. Most of that is going into this content, not this content. This content's this is not content. Doing this delve shit. If you main heal, yeah, going into healing delves is fine. I think Valera fucks stuff up if you just put her as tank and she does big damn. I think. Do I have a PV guild? I do not. I haven't PV'd in a long. Like I haven't done like the like being in a guild thing in a long time. I'd like to PV this season a little bit though. Continue competing now that Struck doesn't play anymore. Um, that is an interesting. I'm not sure. I don't know what my options will be. I assume my options will be different now for sure. I don't know what classes. Whether I imagine if DK isn't. I mean, even if DK is good, I don't know if it'd be competing. But especially if DK is bad, DK looks bad right now. Then I assume not. DK looks really bad right now. Last time BFA, I think a little bit. All right, they found an Asarogue somehow. The one Asarogue queuing shuffle showed up. I'm kidding, man. Usually you see one or two Asarogues per lobby. The game figured out Asarogue is OP for a long time. Bro, I want to be an Asarogue. Sounds actually useful. Some of this mage pushing through as well. Extreme adversity for mages this expansion. Mage is making it work though. I pre-blow. Oh, it's on combust too. Pre-feather kidney maybe? No, he fizz it too. He's still gonna try and one-shot me in a sec. Pre-blow? The rogue's looking at me. I duck and I stand to. Massimus is good. We have to dampen a little bit here. The rogue launched the solo attack. Is it gonna work? Oh no, it's gonna work. Oh, there's no way I live this. Wait. Rogue came in. No way. 2%. Oh, that's so brutal. No, I don't know. I copied the build. Looks like I'm playing the Epic still, yeah. Use Hump before Beam. Oh. Oh, what the fuck? I didn't know that existed. I haven't read my talents. I just copied a build. That's a good point. So we have to hunt randomly. Alright. Done. No, I knew it gave me the double blade dance, but I didn't know it gave me the 100. I mean, I didn't read what the thing did. So I do this. But it makes it bigger too, though. Eh. Oh no. Are they both fire? No one's frost. Bloodless. I fair off that too. Big value. Procced him. Oh, yeah, I don't know how long for. Pretty soon. I'm off. A blur now. Why not? The blur is good. Is it enough? Is it not enough? I believe it's enough. I blur up. I'm off the air in a sec too. This is pain. I'm gonna be honest. This is for sure pain. I blur out, but do I live long enough? We're out of here. We're back in here. Oh, no, that's insane. Triple stun. Mage. Press blink. What do you think Wilk will land after the slow game pace, but enough to Dark Pact? What do you think Wilk will land? I mean, the Dark Pact enough is to offset the change to their health, right? I don't know if it's actually nerfed because everyone just gained health, so they nerfed it. But it should be the strongest last season, I assume. Meta this. I fucked it up. I think I'm fine. He won't die on this, will he? I don't want this MC, I don't think. I should not drink of this. But I have my damage up. He's gonna try and send me in a bit. Actually, he bombed already. I'll just pre-blur, I guess, in a bit. Anyway. But he will try and now. He gave me plenty of time, actually, but I blur it. Off poly is not a big deal. I mean, I blur again, but I probably didn't need to. Yeah, I have all my damage out of this, including my bit. Wait. How long is this thing empowered for? With the Apex. Like, is it still empowered now? I can get bombed for like 1 second. I'm gonna play Essence Break. No, I don't know. You have to play the season though. I just copied. I don't know who I copied. I don't think you played it last season, did you? We don't have the tab bonus to make it worth it yet. I thought. Pre-blow up. Bombs, but I mean, I reversed and shit. I don't think we're in trouble really. A blur available if I need. And I will need soon. We're looking for some sort of indicator that we need it. It's now. Ah, I knew it was now too. He's not CC'd. Just gonna chill for a sec. I blow. Get block. Double stun? Maybe go rogue. And cap off. He stuns. He had to go early though. Meld this. Big buster. Didn't purge anything useful. Just throw up Dark on top of the mage. He's no blocks, so probably useful. He had a block, I lied. Forgot what expansion it was. Triple stun, rogue dice. I mean, ask Kobe's. I didn't notice Essence Break being played at all last season. Would they changes to they buffed it this season already? They changed the way it works. It's no longer just like a modifier. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know. I haven't kept those changes. I'm only playing this. I wasn't even planning to play this spec at all this patch. I just played it because what can I do in preseason? I wanted to play DK, but I didn't get a single pop on DK. And honestly, I'd rather play any spec than Frost DK. Like actually any spec. I would reroll fucking healer before I play Frost DK. Holy shit. Frost DK feels really bad, but I couldn't get Unholy Qs to pop. All my DKs have, like, I played Shuffle on all of them. I didn't play Frost on any of them really, but Frost seems abysmal to play. I mean, what is Frost DK without its one shots? He died insta. Unholy's number one ladder. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think you can random queue Unholy to number one. Like it was, Unholy was basically unplayable at the end of last season. I think you can play selectively. I don't think you'd spam queue as Unholy DK last season. It was an incredibly counterable spec. I think you could avoid stuff that was bad for you and have fun as it, but I don't think it was possible to spam queue into the massive teams that existed last season. Mechanically, the spec was so deficient. But they have made changes on that for the beta. I couldn't tell you how good Unholy is. Maybe Unholy has comps this season that are reasonable. The gameplay stuff could be okay. I mean, they could be good into mages potentially. The game being slow could be good for them. You mean they're sniping? No, I think they probably didn't queue into the really messy shit that existed later on. And the reason I say that is because, like, at the end of the season, every Unholy DK was tanking. That was queuing, just based on the fact that everyone became Mistweavers. I don't think they would. I mean, I want to say there wasn't. I mean, this is what happened end of last season that made all the Unholy DKs like stop queuing. Let me show you real quick. This is the second to last night of the season. That's Petkick on 2 different death nights, going 7 and 8 and 1 and 5. I went 2 and 6, and Pedro went 5 and 13. That is. It was just all like every healer was a Mistweaver. There's no way to play around that. There's no outplaying that. That's what happened on NA. It was just unplayable the last couple nights of the season. When like more than half of the healers queuing are Mistweavers, it's not playable. Conversely, on those same nights, Pekik did have a couple games played on his high characters, but it was only like 2 or 3 at a time. I don't think that's necessarily sniping, but you certainly can make sure you're not queuing directly into a counter, right? I think it's the nature of the game at high ratings that people will avoid. You know what I mean? There's just no reason to, like, for no reason, just tank yourself by queuing into bad stuff. I think if you can see like something decent queuing and at least avoid the other stuff. Yeah, it's the nature of the game. That isn't like, there's no shame in that. That's how the game works. And unless I'm crazy, I never saw a reason. I mean, again, the fact that Pekik has 2 DKs there and that screenshot with like pretty bad win loss in that day, I don't think anyone has a way around Weaver counters. It was just one of the most, probably my least favorite season that I've ever played, because of like how many, just like you go in the starting room, the matchup is already incredibly unfun because of mechanics. Nah, Festive is not. They reworked Festive this patch. It looks way worse in PvP. It does not punch as hard as it used to. And they changed it so when they press their basically rushing wind kick, they press it way more frequently, but it does way less healing. At least it currently feels that way. Yeah, it's not. Well, it's not lay on hands anymore because you have way less pets than last season as a DK. But DK is a clunky mess right now in PvP. They made it even more clunky, which is crazy because it's already one of the clunkiest versions of DK they've ever had. But they made it even more clunky. Not that, that matters. I mean, ultimately, what determines whether you're good or bad is mechanics and tuning, right? And I don't think the mechanics are terrible for DK. The change to, I don't think the tuning's particularly strong. Sand Pit. Sandland's not good in PvE. I find it unlikely it'd be good in PvP. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I haven't tried it. Sandland would actually have no pets now though, which is kind of fun. You don't have like lesser ghouls are interesting in PvP now. Like you don't have, you're capped at 3 of them, but it bugs out and sometimes you have 0. So like sometimes you'll pop your CDs. Like I had a really funny game as Weaver where I was kicking a DK and they popped the CDs. Now my heals are doing nothing. They only had the 4 army pets or the 4 horsemen. They had 0. Like the lesser ghouls weren't spawning at all on my screen. They're attacking. They're showing them for the DK, but they were not popping up at all in game. So instead of having like, you know, you could have like 10 of them out at once. Honestly, it wasn't impossible to have 10 out because you basically got to a point where every global was spawning less a ghoul. And then if you had a lot of mastery, they were up for a while. So with the change, it's max 3, and then if it bugs out, 0. for the duration of army. Yeah, I mean in PvE it is your main goal. The reason it's not your main goal in PvP is because they nerfed your main pet by half. How close am I to finishing this? So really close, right? Oh, almost done. I'll get an achievement when it's done, so it'll let me know. Yeah, the change to Missiva, in addition to the pet thing, is when they press the thing, it gives them their Thunder Focus team. When they TFT, they get 3 kicks, but they're all nerfed. So Mistweaver actually feels pretty weak. I'm actually surprised they block the 9% healing buff. Honestly, I bet like, I mean, unless maybe they're better in max level stuff, but you just don't like, especially when there's no pets involved. Your kicks don't top nearly as well. So you have to play different. Maybe there's a different build that's good. Maybe you can play like Castawave or something. But the kick build looks like way weaker. Unless you bet Mango. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, there are elements of Unholy that are designed, that are engineered from Dragonflight when they did a really cool change. Like DKs were really well served in Dragonflight. They buffed all your stuff and they made your pet weak. They buffed like, you know, wounds are really powerful, clawing was really powerful, and coil was really powerful. They just made you really OP and you didn't have pets. They made your pet like the worst part of you. But then this expansion, they made pets your main like kind of your design. Even the changes they're making, like with the big changes, the patch, the changes that they made were they made it so when you press Army that your main pets, all your little lestigals, like all like spam Scourge Strike with you, and it's actually your top damage, which is crazy. Like it's the high. I mean, it's not like by percent your top damage, but it is a lot of damage. Well, they haven't done like a PvP specific tuning pass on DK in quite some time. They haven't had the, you know, it's not reasonable to necessarily ask for that because like most specs don't get, you know, what happened in Dragonflight was an anomaly for DK, where they actually had the developers, you know, basically break apart the spec and rebuild it for PvP. Most specs, you know, there are probably specs that have never had that. That specific moment was really, really good for DK, and we, you know, we have not returned. Not that they haven't had good seasons in terms of tuning, but well, no, that change was specifically for PvP. They basically destroyed elements of them in PvP, and then buffed, like hugely buffed parts of it. It wasn't a. It was specifically a PvP change. Wounds was still on target in Dragonflight, but it was also buffed by like 250% in PvP. It was a really, really good design. The new design is so bad, unfortunately. I have basically been against the current the like design, the rework they did this expansion. I've been vocally against it since I saw it the first time I played it, even before PvPing on it. I hated it. That's surely enough, right? Yeah, okay. Like one more of these things is enough. And done. Oh, the fuck? Done? Which XP does this thing take? I mean, it showed it like 99%. I should get an achievement when I get. There we go. All right. She's maxed out now. Isn't wounds being from the DK? I mean, I don't think limitations are a problem. Are they? I didn't mind DKs being like having clunkiness and swapping. I think it was like part of your design. They gave you incentive for staying on a target. The new one isn't particularly nice though for swapping because A, your pets have to move. B, you still have to swap your diseases every time. Before you didn't have to swap your diseases. If you wanted to hard swap before, you could just press Dark Transformation and your pet would spam reapply diseases to everything. You don't really have freedom with like your putrid. Your pets have to stack everything up on swaps anyway, and then I don't know. I mean, you usually end up having to like. So the trade-off you made, the big trade-off that really pisses me off, is that they made your apex everything. Like so much of your damage comes from your apex. Basically, your apex is when you have your dot up on a target, it can proc putrefies. And they buffed that this patch. The putrefies are even more powerful. They're 100% instead of 60. And it's just every dot tick has a chance. Every one of your main, like your Dread Plague, which is only on one target, has a chance to proc your putrefy. There are two parts to that. First of all, there are a bunch of specs that like fuck with it. It's like on swaps, you have to like change that and you have to wait for it to proc. Very annoying against paladins who can spam dispel your disease. But the really, really annoying part is the way like you previously you would press Scourge Strike and it would like make your diseases tick faster. Now you have to press Festering Strike twice to get the disease amp. The problem is targets can like use mobility and get out of range and force you to press it 4 times. Like if a target like use mobility gets in front of you, like shadow steps or like blinks or whatever, and you press it and you hit the air with it, you miss. It doesn't go up. The second part is like you have to press it twice, even when you're at max wounds. Even in PV, you have to do that. Instead of just pressing like Scourge Strike once, you've got to press Festering Strike twice when you already have max stacks. It's so bad. I mean, it can just randomly whiff. Yeah, it's terrible. Like honestly, it's the most unfun, clunky. Like even in PV, it's fucking annoying. It's actually frustrating in PV. Because in PV, they make you press death. Like during all your burst, you spam coil. Because your coil gets empowered by your apex as well. During your cooldowns. So you'll be in a spot where you have 8 stacks of Lesser Ghoul on you. And you have to press Festering Strike twice in PvE to get the disease amp. Not anymore. And you're saying you don't even, like your rotation doesn't go purely to, because of the change to I guess maybe now you wait. You don't have prio thing in PV, right? It doesn't buff coil. I mean, they made it so your pets obey your Scourge now anyway. So maybe it's just better to press Scourge during your cooldowns than it is to press coil. I guess that like helps a little bit. In PvP, you might still prio. So you're saying that Necrotic Coil isn't buffed? No, but that's just the other thing. Necrotic Coil is still buffed. I think Necrotic Coil is still more powerful. Necrotic Coil is still more powerful, like 100% more powerful than Coil, right? I still think you prio, like you probably still have the same problem. I mean, my problem is with the design for Festering Scythe. Festering Scythe is awful. And also the Apex procking Putrefies randomly. And then that being removable in PvP is fucking terrible. I mean, it should have the inverse, I think, Drath. I think if you're I think the first button press should be I think when you press Festering Strike, it should give you a free one, but every Festering Strike should apply Festering Scythe. It shouldn't punish you by making you press it twice. It should just be that like you're the first button press, much like your O1. Wait, was Soulfire one-shotting? I didn't know that. Is it currently? I've not fought against a single Destrolock that's one-shot with Soulfire. 60 is crazy. That's insane. Shadow plays back. It's weird. Like I guess I've seen mostly. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I haven't seen many Destros. I guess the Destros I see get fucking Asarogged. Do they get Asarogged super hard still? Like every lobby I've played so far has at least one Asarog in it, and the Asarogs just like kind of police everything. Sharpie seems decent. I mean, the buff to Asurog is gonna embolden them even more. Probably, it probably just like kind of makes it happen even more than it would otherwise happen. I mean, I played against a lot of Shadow Priest, and it's felt much better. Still feels pretty tanky. The meta change to make everyone a bit tankier is good. I think slows being worse is probably good for them to just be able to play more often, a little more. And then their damage seems on the higher side. I don't know if their tear's good though. They don't burst super hard. Like Shadow Priest doesn't feel like it just like one taps you or anything like that. It feels like it has good steady pressure, which seems good in the meta of this patch. I mean, even Asa, right? Like Asa's OP right now, but Asa doesn't one shot you. Asa just feels like it has like good pressure. It seems to be able to beat healing pretty well, and I think that's gonna get like that's why I think even if they didn't buff Asa by 6%, just the change. So the change they're doing next week is they're buffing the trinket bonus, right? They're not buffing healers, but they're buffing all DPS by 5%. And that effectively means that if you're a class that already is pressure based, healers will just feel you're not going to one shot, but healers will have even more trouble with Asurog. And Asurog already was doing well against healing. Nah, healers are still OP this patch. Like most specs don't dent healers. Like most specs aren't like the reason why that change is coming in is because most specs are not doing well into healing. Like healing is much more powerful this patch. I mean the meta change, for those that weren't aware, for this is like a PvE meta change. Like the whole game centers around this, right? They didn't buff damage by 20%, but they buffed everyone's health by 20%, 25%, sorry. They buffed healers by roughly 20 to 25%. Almost all healers got buffed by around 20%. And then they buffed mob damage by 25%. So this is a PvE change, right? They buffed healers, they buffed health, and they buffed mob damage. The net effect is that they're doing it to make the way that damage and healing worked in PvE different. They buffed hyper healing too. Yeah, the idea was they just buffed mob health, they buffed mob damage, and they buffed player health and player healing. So healers all got stronger. DPS did not all get 20% buffs. I thought originally they were doing that. A lot of them did, but not all of them. Some classes did not get giant buffs. The main power swing this patch, I think across the board, they did reworks and stuff, but the big power swing came from, I think, tier bonuses. The tier bonuses are much more powerful. But they didn't just like buff everyone's damage arbitrarily by 25%, and that's why they're having to buff everyone's damage through this by 20%. The set bonus is getting buffed by a lot. I think it's been buffed by 10%. So most of the player power increase, the player damage increase, is coming from this, apart from reworks. And that's why the game feels different this patch, more or less. But healers are, by default, more powerful than DPS. The exception is currently Asurog. Reflection seems in a meta where no one's one-shotting. currently. The thing that's interesting about it is like the question is like how the game evolves. Like typically in the preseason week. So if we go back, look, turn back time to this time last expansion, right? You're going into the 0.1 patch, and you're in the preseason. If you remember what was happening, everyone was one shotting everyone. Usually it's fastest in preseason, and it slows down. And it slows down more and more. Like maybe there's a bit of a power spike with weapons, but the game is going to get slower and slower and slower, I think, not faster and faster. But in the preseason, like Frost DKs, like all the classes that had changes were one-shotting everyone. So I don't expect the game to get faster, at least based on what I've seen in the last 2 expansions. In fact, every season gets like slower as the season goes on. Like the start of last season was faster too. So I would expect more changes to come in, but I think if you're a spec that is like, I don't think burst is as valuable as it was. I think having the ability to dampen is probably your biggest asset. I wouldn't be surprised if like being, you know, like Shadow Priest might fit the bill, like Ali Shaman might fit the bill, like Feral Druid might fit the bill. Asteroid obviously insane, but maybe Asteroid can get abused by Warriors, right? Warriors also seem pretty good, but maybe Warrior can just train Asteroid all game and just win because the Asteroid isn't quite tanky enough. Yeah, they'll speed the game up. They're trying to. I mean, it probably is another 5 or 10%. Like that trinket bonus is probably getting up 25% or something like that. Is my guess. But I don't think it's gonna make the game one-shotty. Like we all have really good health scaling. Like stam scaling is just high. We just have really high health scaling nowadays, and the 25% increase probably didn't help when there's already like really strong eye level scaling on stam. All right, we may have to. What did I go on that last shuffle? Wait, is arena? Did they break arena analytics? They might have. No, they didn't. It wasn't turned on. I wasn't tracking it though. This character might have hit the point where Q stopped popping for preseason. We may have to log on Hunter. H-Frog, I'm probably good on playing. I think I can play some healers too. Playing DPS specs that I haven't really played too much of is what I've been doing in preseason. So like, well, I have a Hunter that didn't have any games played, so we can play that again a little bit. I could play Ellie. I think Ellie might be the thing I do after that. I mean, there's only 1 day left, so, and then we have the season. MM's not very fun. BM feels very powerful. All right, we're gonna queue up. I'm gonna be right back. Thanks for watching today. Back in 1 sec. All right, we're back. Long queue. This card is actually not full good, but I don't think it actually matters that much. Kind of a questionable trinket for me against Nasarok, who hasn't bombed yet. He might die, yeah. Did I mean, I think I should wait for Rogue. I can't trinket. That's some crazy. I think I'm crazy. I did snipe his thing though. That was ultra out of the way. I feel like everyone expects me to trap them. I could trinket. I think I won't. He hasn't trinket, so if I do this properly, I just get free block. This should be blocked. I'm gonna get this 4 out of the way if I can. 1 and 3. Didn't get. Oh, Rubeam. He's dead. He's actually guaranteed dead, I think. There's no way he lives this. He has no way out. He could will, but he couldn't. We overlap it. It was actually fine. I think BM feels really insane at the moment. I think BM does well against healing. Hey, Chop, pretty good. Thanks, buddy. How you doing tonight? I think Rogue's better to kill than Moonkin. This will get like Cloak or something interesting, I think. Evasion, it's good enough. Oh, Ross. Rogue is actually kind of popping, huh? The Kingsband. I assume we can't track Kingsband. It'd be nice if we could, but I don't think it does. So we actually forced skin though. Maybe I don't know if this makes this guy a better target or not. Rogue has no evasion, but he has cloak. That's Moonkin, I guess. Half trap this. Might as well stun too. Silencer on this cast. I have a kick as well. He gets the kick. I pre-wall. I'm about to get stunned to kick this again. Did not kick. Trigger wall. Full trap. Into full fair. Wills. Oh, Trinkets actually. Just unhealable. Wait, what the fuck? I didn't do any damage that round, but it was unhealable. Hmm. Broke that. Trap was in CD for 1 second. Got the full trap. He trinkets it. I'm gonna be honest, we're doing ZDPS when killing a Moonkin. Maybe our damage is too physical. We still feel OP. This Astrog, wait, what the fuck? The Astrog is going 06. This is illegal. I don't know. I'm winning this lobby, man. Where do you? We're still winning. Yeah, I'll do top down this round, going on mage or something. I question the sap a little bit, but the overwhelming dam has arrived, man. Oh, we're in different targets. I love this. It's a true race, man. We're definitely trolling the fuck out of this rogue by doing this, but a true race, a gentleman's race. The way Melicleave's supposed to be played. Block or death, Mr. Mage. If I hit the trap right now, it's guaranteed block, but it's block or death. Mr. Mage is block or death, I swear. Okay, good. All right. The damage is overwhelming. Oh, we sniped the altar. I don't like that gouge, though. The fuck? We do not like gouge into half trap. We like... I guess he's trying to get to the half trap, so never mind, we do. We do actually like the gouge. There he goes. Overwhelming damage while I was in CC the whole time. Six zero. I mean, as a BM Hunter main, you know, it's not uncommon to go 6-0 in an Aster lobby. Oh no. So I don't actually have macros for freedom. It doesn't look like. It's all good though. We do have macros for trapping this guy. And then perhaps an ice block on its way. Oh, full fair. Trinkets. Into a silence potentially. Kick. There's the damage. Try and get his fort. Didn't get it. He did DR him randomly. Have to like make him use death and fade and no. All right. Only a 5-1. Unfortunately, the Aster actually lost his lobby. I also did bottom damage. Was it BM Hunter? I mean, I didn't actually. You know what's interesting about my BM Hunter, and again as a main, the way I spec'd my Hunter was to play against a hunter in a random skirmish. It was an unrated game, and I happened to see a BM hunter in one of those random games, and I actually copied him. I don't even know if he had any arena rating, and that's what I've gone with. But as most hunters, I think that's how it works. You know, you happen to find your talents from a random skirmish. Well, we don't know who the main is at this point because we're all mains. Yeah, I literally found my build. I think I've actually found a few things from just random skirmishes. You can't rely on armor right now. We're in a new game, huh? I see a mage. Oh, we're all here. First one seen a distro, I think. There's a soul fire that went off. I was trying to trap that if I'm being real. Vomiting fit now. We're being so annoying, huh? This is crazy. No one can play. My damage is too oppressive, Yosk. What do they do? The warriors here now? I'm actually doing this. This is purely for fun. just to be oppressive, man. We actually killed the lock, left him, and then went and killed the warrior instead. All right, they go block. No, they didn't. Wait, what happened now? Did they not get blocked? What is going on? Mr. Warrior? All right. The emergency defense on Warrior. Full trap. We have to go Warrior the entire time. There's no way. Oh, you're just being greedy. He's getting silenced in a sec, but I think he's gonna die to the Soulfire. I'm trying to be as aggressive as I can, but yeah, that I'm impressed. I'm impressed by that. How much I wonder how much these is Sulfide's going for. I don't know if it's the same deal. We just have to go on. I mean, I think he's tanking to tank the Warrior a little bit. Oh no. I guess his pathing stopped. He's in trap, but also in commune. He's in silence. They just spelled too fast. I kicked him though. That's block, I think, right? Yeah, it's block. No trinket. This is huge trouble. I got his thing too. Even more trouble. I hit the silence on that. Whoa, okay. I have not played survival. I've only played MM and MBM so far. No, okay, fine. Fine. Wasn't overlapping a lot. It's like accidentally. Didn't this? I guess he was doing that. Thoughts on these two? I mean, Max feels average. BM feels fucking monstrous. BM feels grosser than it did at the start of the expansion. And this time there's no Mistweavers to police you either. I mean, BM is really, really fun, this patch. No voice? Should have a voice. Current build. I mean, this build is literally fucking copied from someone I randomly. I don't even know sure if I can show it. I don't know what it's from. You could try if you want, but I don't know if I'd recommend it. I haven't. I just literally copied it. It just feels. I mean, the reason why it probably feels good isn't necessarily because it's good. It probably feels good because your apex predator was monk before, Messy with monk, and they don't exist anymore. Like that. Messy with monk was a plague last season. I mean, it was everywhere, right? The whole season, even at the end, it was the most popular healing spec I think over the course of the season. Trying to play arms or red as an ult. My experience in shuffle is not too big, around 2.7 to 0.9 depending on the season. They have a 3k plus. I mean, arms. Both those are good. Both those are good choices right now. Yeah, you can spec wing clip as this build too, Yask. You can play it as BM if you want to, and just plague melee trying to chase you down. You just unspec out of conch shot and you spec into the improved snaring instead. I assume it'll get fixed though, right? For too long, but yeah. Yeah, we gotta try. I mean, I assume. Yeah, both are good. Like red looks good in the meta. It still has good defense. If the game's slower, then I think it's kind of good for it in general. Like, it's dampen stuff. Warrior looks really, really insane this season with some rework stuff. It looks strong in general as well. They're both good choices. There's not really a right choice of those. Like, I couldn't without a crystal ball, we can't really figure out what they're gonna do in future weeks with nerfs and stuff. But I would say either of those are good calls. You couldn't go wrong. Yeah, I mean, for that, both are great choices. Which I play what you enjoy. Yeah, it's nice queuing solo and getting lobbies where you are the only MS. I can understand that. The allure of that. I guess I can queue both. Weirdly, have you guys noticed any like lag on my stream today? Has it been pretty consistent? Because I changed a setting that I've tried before and it was not good, but I have a lot of like I don't know, like stutter on my screen. Especially if I have like like browsers open and shit like that. So if we're like, I don't know. Honestly, anything with browser acceleration like fucks me over normally. But so far tonight it hasn't felt that bad. I still have like the add-on stutter, which is just this patch being dog shit. But I think it feels better. I wonder if I can see in any of these games if there's any lag. Guess we're doing nothing else right now anyway. I just want to see like if there's any like stutter when I move my characters around and stuff. It seems like I'm just AFK, fucking just sitting here attacking. Looks a teeny bit laggy. Have I dropped any frames? No. Apparently there's been no rendering lag. It doesn't look perfectly smooth though. Maybe it looks smooth enough. Unfortunately, both my Hunter and my DH are both kind of farmed up now. What do I play next? Nah, I don't want to go back to Frosty, man. Is there anything else I can play? Oh, Fury Warrior. I could try Fury Warrior. I don't want to play any Fury Warrior. Is Fury good this patch? I don't think I've seen much Fury either. But I only have played any on it, so it should be 0. I mean, I played a bit of Frost World and all that kind of thing. It didn't feel good. Volpera. We could level a Volpera for Sunny. It probably wouldn't be a mage. I think I respect myself a little bit too much to be a Volpera mage. We may have hit a point where the queues are a bit inaccessible. I could do some like map prep stuff, maybe. What gems we make next season? Oh, actually, is there a way to see like what stats everyone's using? Let's look at what stats I'm like Unholy's using next season. Because I'm probably playing it. Hey, Lip. How you doing today, buddy? We're rating on mob. Apparently, for season 2, you want a bunch of haste in PvE. Pretty much the same shit though. Just I'm gonna craft and stuff. I can get gem dust now. Do I have any gold in this guy? Not much. I'm just gonna buy this stuff so we have the stuff to craft. I'm gonna need a lot of this anyway. That stuff's come down in price a good amount. Leap and null keybinds. I use a bunch of stuff for it. I've got controller, control W and 5 that come to mind for like on target, focus, that type of thing. But those are the ones I think we're using. I don't think it really matters. Being real, something comfortable for focus kick from it is definitely important. Most important changes for Death Knight. The biggest thing you'll notice this season by far is that your pets, by far, is that your pets no longer show up for enemies when there are more than 3 of the lesser ghouls. And sometimes it bugs out and none show up. So you still have your main pet. You also have less maguses. So less pets is the most important change. You have people have funnel, and that's important because like everyone funnels against you. Almost everyone gets damage from that. From like warriors just bleeding them all and getting healing from all the bleeds they have out. DHs get damage from every single every I-beam tick could spawn a soul that then gave them damage and gave them like collapsing stars and got them into form faster. Like everyone funneled off of you. So less funnel for people when you're against them. Soul Reaper no longer procs putrefies, which is a bad thing. Your maguses, when you spawn 3 of them, which every putrefy spawns 1. When you get 3 of them out, they become a like lord of the something. They become a super magus. And then your Apex got buffed. Your Apex now, when it instead of proccing a 60% putrefy, procs 100% putrefy. And the last change that I can think of is that during your Army of the Dead cooldown, so during your like big burst window, your lesser ghouls don't go past 8. I think 8 spawn though. And every single one of them will press Clawing Shadows or Epidemic when you press Clawing Shadows. Or when you press Scourge Strike. So they like attack with you. Those are the DK changes. With all that said, I don't think they look super good. But, I mean, those are your changes. Yeah, well, I think in PV they like that, but yeah, in PvP we don't love that at all. Yeah, putrefy is your pet exploding. So yeah, it does get buffed by Sarpa. Makes sense. I think fast. I think it's the worst thing to do that. Damn. These cues might be cooked. Let's try Furor, I guess. As long as you're on like a fresh-ish Carita, you get cues. BM went pop on this guy. I don't think. Yeah, we could probably make Fury pop. Maybe Arms a pop. No more lies. The $66.66 donation. Volpera now. Oh man. All right, you got me. What am I doing? What are we doing as Volpera? Do I have Volpera already? Do I have Miss Para? I have Miss Para, man. I don't even know the Death Knight though. Do I? Death Knight's so dog shit. What's a character that's fun as Volpera? Let me see what you can make. So I have an 80 boost, but I gotta make a character. What's a like a ridiculous thing I can make? Volpera Mage. That sounds terrible. Where's Volpera? Volpera's Horde. All right. Oh, Volpera wrote. We could actually go back to the original Mespera. No, you kind of have to be 9 off though for Essa. I'm kind of down though. Fuck. I'm asking you to be a hunter. Could be a warrior. It's terrible. You can be a Volpera shaman. I could do Volpera priest. Mages kind of keep getting away with it, can they? Like being a mage or a rogue seems so troll when they're just getting away with murder the whole time. Real talk. I feel like Locke is going to be the dominant class this season. They have good design. Big Cloud. Well, hmm. Do I see myself wanting to play a mage? Not really, I don't think. I haven't played mage in a long ass time, maybe it's okay. This is on Tyke. I already have Mespera on Tyke. I haven't taken it on Illidan though. I feel like, oh, this guy's even more legendary. Mespera's taken on. Wait, what the fuck? Who the fuck is Mespera on this server? Oh, I didn't have Mespera on Tyke. It's on Illidan. All right, we're gonna get something going. I'll do like a Rest of Shaman game. while we decide what kind of Volpair is happening. Or what the fuck is going on? Ms. Pair X? Seems like some sort of weird fucking... Wait, that's taken too? Bro, what is going on? These aren't me. Island still? No, it's on Tichondrius. Who the fuck is Ms. Pair on Tichondrius? What up, Moon God? Surely that Moon God can't keep getting away with this shit. Do I have no characters on Moon God? So what do I have to do to level this thing up to max? I use this, right? I feel like it's customary as a mage to play with complete default UI. Whatever it tells me I've got to play with, I got to play with. Didn't give me a build. With the starter build. We're picking what these things do based on how they look. Wait. Oh, what I get? Okay. What if Ice Nova is fire? I think Beta Blizz Frames is doing it. Is doc moding my stuff? But how did I cancel this? Am I not expecting the spell steal? Well, being a holy priest this season. Holy priest. I've heard very good things about it. So how do you level? I haven't leveled a character since the start of the expansion. Does it still just do delves? With no gear? Doesn't seem ideal. Can I level through PvP? Go frost? I kind of play fire. What does fire do between? On bust, do you actually have dead globals? If you aren't hard casting? Where's the point of leveling anyway? Queued for activity. I assume I can't level in this new place, right? Like I can't like just go to the new zone or anything. That'd be kind of fun. Like it just like level that way. I mean, why is Alley not popping, man? My Alley can't have any rating. I've been sitting waiting for a queue for Shuff for like 45 minutes. About to queue fucking bots, man. I guess bots fine while we're doing it. Oh, I actually have to do something else on my other guy to get sparks. I can do healer, I guess, too. I don't love healing though. Ah, fine. We'll do. I think healer will use pop. Surely this pops quick. Wait, so I can just queue for what can I queue for leveling? There's no time walking. Is Dell so good? The problem is I don't have any gear for it, but maybe. Light to ground. Could I ground? Just a smidge of grounding totem? Spam? No. Bro, what the fuck is that? Huh? Spam ground? That's a good step kick. Uh-oh. Kill? I mean, this is what you... I literally sat, so you have to understand, real. I sat there trying to queue on 4 different characters, got 0 Q pops, and eventually just logged on a healer. I spent the last hour and a half starved to fucking queues. I don't know. So I gave up. That's basic, exactly it. Yeah, no, I just lost my mind and queued as a healer, man. I don't know. I felt guilty that I was just sitting here doing nothing because I couldn't do anything. I sat there. I want to queue some form arena. It's preseason. Um, I mean, I want to do things. I want to be useful. You know, I want to be able to provide something that it's not really necessarily content, but some sort of content for people that are watching, and I appreciate you watching. So I kind of went crazy, and then queued healer. We rage queued healer. That's all that happened. We literally rage queued healer. Look, I'm not playing healer because I want to play healer. I'm playing healer because I had no choice but to play healer. Ah! Killed it. I'm getting trapped in a sec. The ground didn't work out. Yet lay. That's really good. Now I can move in. To kicks me. I mean, I do need to go from hill blocks. Don't get me wrong. I'm okay with that. But I just wanted to get some form of fucking PvP going in the last hour. You know, I wasn't. I'm curious if that demographic applies as much to PvE. I suspect it doesn't. I think so my theory right now is that, I mean, we'll see, I guess, right? I don't know if it's a WoW demographic thing, but I think the PvP side of things, it's really hard to get into as a new player. I think the PvE side of things is more accessible as a new player. That's my theory, at least. And it also is in line with what Ian was saying too. He doesn't have step kick, does he? Oh, I kind of destroyed them. That was kind of insane. That was kind of a big play there. Just insta lob them out of their own bomb. I think Glorious Tyrion looks better than most things. Pulling us out of this. Half fair though, do I? Nah. Oh, it actually kind of exploded. I had so much healing so soon. Yeah, I'm curious about whether the demographics apply as much to PV. I heard about the arcane, like it being like a mini black arrow for them. I couldn't remember how to press it though. Oh, he actually what? He exploded. He completely exploded. If I walk in and do this, what happens? Oh, it worked! Oh my god, I've never done it before. I just walked in and pressed tremor, and he like fed into it. That's his half. That's a very slow cast, isn't it? Did I aura cancel ascend? I shouldn't be canceling ascend on anything. If my ascend cancelled, it's because it's only procs. You don't actually press ascend anymore, right? I shouldn't have. I mean, I shouldn't have anything that cancels ascend. There'd be no reason for it. You know what I mean? I trinket the fair. Very large yo here. Didn't do that much. I pre-trimmed that, but I had no choice what to do. I did there, I think. Hmm. I got tied. You can't go main, or you can, but it's not going to do much. There's no actually on that. Tempted. I'll tide. Wait, I don't tide. I fucking tied, man. I guess I already tied it. I don't think I'm playing the Spirit Wolf shit. Random hacks. With no trink. I pre-roll this. And I'm in this should be as safe as I can possibly get, right? What's a full hex? This guy's still just trying to send me the whole time. Stop that. Okay. I trinket though. I respect it. What the fuck is going on? That was Nora Mastered. Apparently didn't matter, but I'm dead as fuck. There's no way. That wasn't even close. Oh, okay. He's apparently the paladin couldn't play that round. I got a Q on this thing for a skirmish. We are playing default UI. I don't actually have binds for a lot of my shit. I'm not expecting to ice block. I think we probably want that. Yeah, he's copy this guy's build. Are you fire? Oh, you're frost. Shit. Yeah, I was just slowly dying though. Why can't I change my talents? Oh wait, that's his talents. That's why. He's playing default build too. Okay. Where's ice block? Huh. I don't have a trinket, so it's looking pretty grim. I don't know if there's any kind of scaling there either. All right. That was that was like an hour. My teammate had no gear. I had no gear. God damn it, man. So this gives me an ice block back, right? If I put my point somewhere else. And now it's ice block? Yeah, it's ice block. Look if I AFK for a second, let's use a pop. Let's test it there. I'll back on. I mean, poison cleansing programs doing worth it there, to be honest. You get a box for shops? I think so. Yeah, usually get boxes with gold and augment runes. That was a lot of fucking damage, wasn't it? These guys are just kind of doing whatever. This guy's getting kind of bullied. How the fuck do we win this? He's getting kind of turbo bullied right now. We did less healing, which is not good. I wonder how I was supposed to get have impact though. It's doing a really good. No, I think it's actually not good to tide that. There's nothing going on. It's kind of a bad trinket from this mate or from the hunter though. Oh my god, that was a big heal. They got confused about which hand to use thing, I guess. Turtles. This is through Tide. All right, we're just gonna dampen. We don't seem to have to like hang as well in deep damp. I think we just gonna own 6. I did more healing there, but I mean, to be fair, I wasn't even close to, like, they weren't even close to dying. My God, man. That's with pre-tide, by the way. Yeah, no kick, fortunately. Yeah, I gotta rather than have a kick. We're so behind. Yep, me too. I'm fucking trying, man. I am fucking trying. There's no way you're not getting healed. You know what? Fucking no, man. Mage gets no. I mean, we're not even close. The priest team is so much more powerful. I get to my second type by just tiding at the start, and it's like actually doesn't matter at all. It felt completely irrelevant. Good step. I did nothing. I love garrote sounds, man. I mean, as I grip that guy directly onto the mage. My bad, Mr. Mage. What the fuck is going on to his health? Right, I understand. But I'm down. Not today, Mr. Mage. Ah, shit. Today, Mr. Hunter. Who? Oh. Just one? Boy, I actually am down. I feel like one is kind of small. Not sad fox, but I'm not sure why it's in that kind of like that inflection on the voice. I shouldn't be hardcasting like that. They both got kicks. There's no one else to kick on my team. Oh, they're all. We've activated the trap card here, man. They're all stuck in that. There's a hex as well. There's all kinds of shit going on. Ah! Take my health! Oh, fuck, you're not getting my health at this point. You have made a choice to escape that. I mean, at this point, I think we're fine. Weirdly. NS out. NS. He kicked there. He didn't kick there. It's maybe fine, though. Save yourselves! I have tied so soon, but there's no way it does anything in damp. So we've lost every round so far. I'm gonna be honest though, we are making an effort to get out of my shit, right? Like when I put a healing rain down, you're actually trying to run out of it. Right? This is a conscious effort. Let's try this again. Healing rain between both. No, we're going to the fucking pillar. Oh wait, we all going to the pillar? Like, where are we playing here? I think we're out of time here. It seems I heal for absolutely fucking nothing at this point. The Mox Hunter took us all out. Bro, I was spam. I mean, I'm not even doing as much healing as that guy. GG, buddy. Very well played. I just jumped off, man. One too many Asarogs. Who's fighting who him out? What is going on? Is it the same mage? I'm just spelling on cooldown, man. I'm spam to spelling. I'm just gonna. Oh, the pre-ground is kind of nice though. Hold on, hold on. We dispel that. We actually got us wound, I think. I don't know. I'm not actually tracking it, but I think. Bro, what is going on? Rune Smithy took this guy the fuck down. Rymix as well. Let's just say our healing did not look good, but there's a lot of pre-healing. Oh shit. Now I'm not so sure there's enough pre-healing. I feel like I'm kind of proud of how I've done so far. He got extremely down. I think I should on Warrior the whole game. I don't know. I'm kind of surprised that didn't go better. I think the Shaman's maybe a little bit better than me too, though. Because I feel like the previous game, who's doing more damage? That's fairly even, I suppose. Oh, he's in a weird spot. We just ran. I mean, we're definitely healing differently with this guy because who's I am healing. Karen with the BM Hunter is not. I don't know. He's having trouble. Got a showdown style. Hunter's is getting cooked. The warrior is going kind of crazy though. Yeah, we're very CC'd right now. Uh-oh. What the fuck, man? It's not going that bad. Losses keep piling up, man. Keep piling up. Oh shit, they might. Wait, I'm healing the wrong person. Good thing my totems just do whatever though. You know? It's all good. Look at that. Look at that, man. Runesmith, he goes and takes out the mage. Hey Cookie, how we doing today, buddy? Losses keep piling up. To say for me. It doesn't give me a summary. It like rotates around. Uh-oh. They found Mr. Mage. Oh my god, I NS nothing. Thank god he has ice block. I literally, I tied it and then I NS'd air. Obviously not ideal. We have to be very greedy here. And also have to, I don't know how we're living this, to be honest. We're being hexed. We need to protect him by reflecting a poly onto ourselves. I knew he was gonna do it too. It's fine. This is how we. No, that was actually huge brain. Oh no, it wasn't. No, it was not. No, it was not, man. It was not at all. He was so far away. Not even slightly. The Warrior 6-0'd. All right, we have to get A level on this guy. Mespera the Mage. You can't be. Wait, can you be a Volpera? You can't be a Volpera dragon, can you? You can't like turn a dragon into it. Mizvoke is part of things too. The keep in mind the mage is still only just begun, you know? I mean, it's a mage expansion. Midnight makes sense to me, right? It's basically in the name M. M for midnight, M for mage. Some could argue it's a shadow expansion, and mages don't have shadow spec yet, but they could have one coming. 6-minute queue. HQ has to pop soon, right? How's the wait time gone up? Look, Sunny City wanted a level. We gotta push through Collegiate Calamity. On tier 3, of course. I'll deal with this. Wait, did it pause my... No, it didn't pause my queue. Evan, buddy. Thank you for the tier 3 67-month resub, bud. I'm losing to these mobs. What is this? It's mage with default UI. Apparently the cast bars are in the middle of my screen with default. It's what people like to do. It's not up to me. Miz Voka would be queuing as healer probably, and probably would have fast queues. I think we're dying here, team. I don't... Why am I so weak? Is it because my eye level is low or is my eye level? 102? How do we heal as a mage? I feel like as a mage we just die. Wait, do I have a... Ah, shit. Do I have a thing? Shouldn't she be like high... Oh, no, we're dying, team. Is she just useless? Like, Valera, what do you do? You're level 80. Wait, what? Who is... You're level 80, right? Level 80, Valera, and you're this dog shit? Kill these fucking mobs, man. You're higher level than them by like fucking... Actually, you're the same level as them. I mean, we just fucking whiffed this, man. I don't want to leave, but I don't want to die either. Bro, Valera died? To what? What could you have possibly died to? What is wrong with you? You're level 80. Mages don't eat, man. I've never once seen a mage eat an arena. I've just never seen a mage at low health before, you know? Valera, how are you having trouble tanking? Your job isn't that complicated here. Hilaire's fucking dead again, man. Oh shit, you elite? Frostnova's not bound. I guess we click it. So close. Do I actually like AoE or does it just spirit on its own? Does your AoE just like happen naturally? Probably supposed to like blast wait, whatever it is. I have it on my spell buzz somewhere. Not bound. Flame strike? I ain't pressing that. Oh, we're pumping. Is that correct? No. One more day and then we're just gonna be spamming everything. Kind of excited. There's some disagreement in the group on where we want to go. He needs a free one more person. Your damage on bus is very fun. I actually have a pretty nice bind for this. Like I feel like my like it feels fairly fluid to like be mid cast and fire blast for. I don't have an XP though, do I? I guess it'll be a surprise when we level. Media honestly pretty out though. I wasn't sure if I like blinked through that. Oh, it's not even a phase. All right. Get on the dungeon, and then we will. Hit the same dude, man. Guy waited. I wonder if he's being queued that whole time. I believe this guy destroyed me on healing last time. Pushing a good amount. Uh-oh. Mr. Mage, I got bad news. God damn it, man. God damn it. One ice block, man. Very unfortunate. Same age from before, too. We were just after just a smidge of ice block. I wonder if he blocked already. I don't think he did. I did less healing. This shaman's stronger than me, so he deserves to. He deserves to win for sure. I don't get to play it terribly. I think we just tied out of this. We'll call it a day. I may have gotten polymorph, but he got lava bursted, so who really won here? Oops. Some would say oops. Most people would say oops, honestly. Um, I don't know, man. It's a tie. We take those. It got super awkward with the warrior. The hunter like playing so far away from his team with the warrior. I mean, the druid was fine. I actually think the mage was maybe playing a little bit too AFK. I mean, wait, no, the mage. I think maybe the hunter needed to move in or kill the warrior. We can't just let the warrior be out here, you know, doing whatever the fuck he wants. Still seems like roughly fine. Like, think of the 27-month resub, buddy. Ah, shit. I was trying this before. I'm not getting polyed anytime. Wait, what? Wait a minute, 20 gifted subs, man! 20 fucking subs! I fucking love you, buddy. I hope you're enjoying the patch so far. That is fucking crazy. Out of literally fucking nowhere, I'm on a Resto Shaman. I'm honestly just like kind of lost at the moment. Oh, we got a nice kick. An accidental kick. Some would say, oh my god, we win the round. We win the round just like that. It doesn't make sense. That mage, unfortunately, he lost the same way he lost the first round. There was a little bit of there was an ability missing from the game. Starts with an ice. That's a bit too specific. I fucking love you, buddy. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Are you enjoying that? Are you playing this patch, YB? That's a big stun. A big AoE stun. Oh, nice. They actually kill it. Wait, they're all dying. Wait, you are? Oh, you aren't. Wait, you picked up Resto Shaman. You are playing this patch though, right? Or no? I kick that. Shaman is I mean, I'm playing it. Because I can't get DPS queues to pop. I don't hate it. I mean, I think healing makes shuffle more fun. Most definitely. It feels like very thankless as a healer though compared to like playing other ones that I've played. When I play like Mistweaver, it feels like you are like you have control over the game's result. Whereas as Resto Shaman, it feels like I'm just dampening. And we're hoping that it goes our way, but we don't really have any way to make it go our way. I can't just like decide to kill someone. And there's probably an element of like just being an insane healer. And that's probably like what people want. That's, you know, like you just want to be an insane healer and just heal and have that be the determining factor in a game. But I am not that good at healing, it turns out. So when it comes to me, I would rather have like the ability to like end a game. Oh no. Oh no. No, no. We don't have much in the way of saving this guy. I'm also just spamming. I don't think I'm supposed to do this. Fudge. Uncomfortably. Oh, Tide. I don't mind Tide. Tide's a good button. Kicked him. Oh, we're just in a fucking lava bust. Uncomfortably also. What do I have? This is what I'd call a stupid sit. Like, it doesn't really make sense that I would sit here. Because what else am I trinketing? Why am I healing the mage when I'm trying to heal a hunter? I asked the mage. Uh-oh. Round. Uncomfortably. Oh, yeah, it's total. Everyone's dead. I don't think we're not getting out of this one team. This is the bit where I have no healing. I also have no mana. Like there's got to be a better way. Do we have a block? We don't have a block. I know we don't have a block. I already know the answer to this. I already knew the answer to that one, man. I don't think I can really hex this shit. I mean, yeah. Like hexing a mage seems good. Be hexing. Honestly, how about a mage on my team too? I did healing. This I can hex against. We need to bind hex for sure here. And honestly, the best. Wait, no. Yeah, no. I should definitely hex against this. This would be a great time. Oh no, he's not going to block. Please block. No, don't block. Actually, at this point. All right, we're back. That purge got everything I wanted. I got it all, man. Maybe a half X. Ooh, maybe. Ah, shit. Maybe hex the warrior. That's the only way. Oh, it's a crisp hex. Oh, there's a trap. Holy fuck! It came out of nowhere. Got kicked. Weird. I don't even want to help him, do I? I can purge. Would that help? And an S. And then that. And then I have no trinket. We're gonna have to block it soon. I don't think we're blocking. At this point, I feel like if he was gonna block, he would have blocked already. Oh no. This is not ideal. Oh, it's not a blocking angle, is it? It could be. We could block if you wanted to. Oh, I don't you're gonna block him. See, if I don't trust the block, we have to link. Oh my god, I don't trust it still. I've done so much. There's the block though. Okay, I actually didn't expect that. Knock something toxic. Obviously. Oh no. Oh no. We have no blocks left. Do we have the ability to live with 2 DPS with all our cooldowns up on you? It's not looking likely. Well, now we're against the mage. But yeah, I don't mind getting lots of games. We get lots and lots of games of this. I've actually found a good number of augment runes, which I'm going to sell tomorrow, I think. We're not using them this season until very late in the season. By map, I think they have the 20 gifted subs. Alright. We got that guy out. I purge, he gets rooted. I threw them into each other? I mean, I don't love the way I'm playing this so far. I would like to steal this. I purge. I get nothing useful. I ground. Gets the clone. This is surge. That was a really bad hex. But we did it, you know? I was very greedy here. I don't know why. That's why. Uh-oh. Save yourself! That's a lot of scary things happening at once. Can I just say, that position is terrifying. And why weren't we playing this spot before? That spot is so much better than we were playing the previous rounds. How terrifying that spot is. He's just going to die if he plays lane there. Oh, the tie in the first round. Or that's an insane spot to play. With a druid just sitting there camping. The mage brought the energy to the last round that he didn't bring to the previous rounds. I don't even have like similar breakdowns on healing. He's a lot more Stormstream. Is there a trick to proc more Stormstreams? Oh, wait, what? I use drip tiding more often? How is he leaning that heavily on the Stormstream totem? Is there a way to empower it? Or are you supposed to like Annis in the starting area and then cancel it or something? You can't. You should send SEO yourself in the starting area and just have a Stormstream at the start of the game. That seems helpful. That's done through Bit of Blizz frames. And Bit of Blizz frames is a dark mode setting right here that does that. Okay, I'm gonna learn a trick. Kind of. Hey, it's usually Annis in the starting room, but don't press totem. Just do this. Boop. Wait, that's dumb. Fuck. And it'll last for a minute. I mean, if we press it a little bit later, that would be a really big brain. But unfortunately, pressing it smart like at the start of the room like that is small brain. Like extremely small brain. 0 IQ instead of some amount of IQ. Wait, I have 4 of them? Hold up. What the fuck? Oh my god, I have 4 of them. How is that legal? What the fuck is this? Wait. I mean, how do we lose? You have 2 Stormstream totems down. I can do it again soon. I mean, no one's dying, right? You can't die. You cannot die. Absolutely not. There's 19,000 totems. That's crazy. Well, I wanted to throw that at him, but I did not. I believe in you. Fuck, I don't believe in you. But no, I do, actually. Oh, it's a big heal. The heal is fucking huge. Now, however, now I'm just spamming you. I mean, this has gone badly. Oh, I'm gonna get trapped off this too. Game move. I mean, I feel like, you know, I'm happy with how we did here, mostly. Did he do much more healing? No, it's a different healer entirely. I feel like we did a lot of healing here, though. Oh, we did so much healing here. Okay, we have to do this again. It is NS. And we should use it. We did a lot of healing there. I pre-storm stream. Get trapped, but get us tied out. Oh no! He got gripped out of line, man. Do we have a block though? I feel like we may have had a block. That could have been a tragic loss there. Oh wait, NS trick. Is Graveyard better than Necrotic PD for target PvE, yes. The moment you go to 4, it's better to use graveyard. But that was last patch. I haven't looked this patch. Even in PvP, weirdly enough, I think it might be 2 technically, if you can actually be sure that there are enough targets around. Because I don't think there's actually the PvP modifier on graveyard or on necrotic coil. It just naturally has a big mod on it. No, I just spelled nothing. I'm sorry, Mr. Warrior. I'm so sorry. Wait. I just spelled. I like both. I've been a little bit unlucky. Come on, Frost. I got a Zolta too. It's a disaster. It's a literal disaster. It's an actual disaster. He definitely had block though. Oh wait. It's a full trap again? Oh. A trap, but we're okay, I think. Had a lot of pre-healing off. Maybe not enough pre-healing off. We won. Nah, I'm trolling super hard. Always playing just a little bit out of range of this guy. He's playing a bit better than I am. Got a good amount of pre-healing off. Kind of insane aura though. Got a lot of pre-healing off though, again. I feel like this shaman's actually destroying me on healing. And yeah, he's actually doing healing me. It's a good matchup, I think. Spam tide. Oh no. Yeah, I had to just unload, unfortunately. Not good. Okay, we cross there. Ground as well. So it should go that same, but I'm probably not going to kill that guy. Oh, I don't think I deserve that. I really don't think I did anything special though, at all. I am farming a large amount of gold though. Not world quest level gold, but like, you know, some gold. I don't know the PvE side of it, but PvP actually looks decent this season, I think. Wait, Matt, buddy. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs, by the way. That was 2 games ago. Very, very much appreciated, buddy. The beginning of season cope about different specs or in general? I don't know if I'm like necessarily bullish on like the way the season looks overall. I got about as many good things to say as bad things at this point. Rim. Is Unholy DK viable this season? Um, viable probably. I mean, I haven't seen myself yet. I expect it to be viable though. We're having deaths, man. Oh no. Apparently having a lot of errors. Like just normal CDM? Oh, CD manager sent it is the problem. Nah, it's crazy that at level 80 they don't do the roboscope. Oh my god, I'm locked out. Oh my god, he's locked out. It's probably fine. So you can block this off. No, so I might ult that off. Well, this is the end for us. My damage is actually not bad, considering I'm in like 100 eye level. Yeah, the feeling's not gonna level me. And combust is really fun as fire. Still a lady. Shot close, yeah. I really want to queue an Ellie Shaman game. I feel like my Ellie Shaman queue should be instant. Or like should be fast. Alright. We'll queue again. Back in 1 sec, guys. Thank you, and YB Man, for the 20 gifted subs, buddy. Thank you guys all for watching today. Thank you, Sunny, as well, for the no more lies, for the $66 donation as well. Back in 1 sec, guys. All right. Well, good enough line person. What I was curious is Ellie. Oh, he's back. Nice. There's two of them casting fun at the same time. Can only stop one. I accidentally pre-ordered this. That's kind of crazy. Complete accident. What the fuck? Huh. It wasn't that loud. I'm good with that. I wanted to know what it would sound like. At Granite Hodge. Maybe not. Dead. We actually survived 2 lava bursts at like 8% health. Wasn't ready for that. So close, I swear. Hold. These procs are insane. My healing doesn't go any further than this. I feel like I did fucked up healing that to her. Same healing as him. Hmm. In damp, we were actually just spamming. Did nothing. Not my finest work for sure. Of course, not my finest work. Can you head beam there? It's tied down. Another round we disadvantage to get dampened. I don't know. I'm supposed to not get dampened by the paladin. I do the same healing as him, but he's got reduction in immunes. I think it's bad that we're doing the same healing. Have I tried? I have. It's getting buffed on Tuesday. It's not buffed yet. I mean, I don't play Resto really. So I'm not sure if there are things I could have changed, like spec wise, for the patch, but oh, I can spam purge more. I'm working on the one heal. Yeah, I didn't realize the build he's playing. We get a purge. He has a tonal flame to grab. I guess they both do. Typically, you would like never purge, but I guess tonal flame, like it's good. Oh, it's Paladin kind of destroy. It's actually bubble no CC. So to bubble the grip. He trinketed that. He bubbles, this kick's fine. Ground Hodge. That was weird. Why is he sitting in bear? He's lagging, I guess, or something? I don't know. Or he just, I don't know what's going on. He's just refusing to attack. Are they fighting? It kind of looks like they're just battling. Is he really going to come back at the very end and what? He's actually going to come back and win, I think. He actually did. I mean, he did substantially more healing than me, throughput wise. Donahue's. Yeah, I mean, Shuffle's not very active right now. Well, I've been doing healing, but I want to do some DPS too. This. No clue what we're doing here. Okay, it was like kind of Thanos there. Don't know. Wrong trinket bounds. Very unfortunate. LA is good enough. Strongest class right now is Asa by a mile. It's not close, I think. BM's pretty good too. Mage is good. I think it's getting double buffed. I think it's already one of the few classes in the game that can actually do pretty good at like out damaging healing. Most classes can't. Surprised you guys zap that hub. Uh-oh. think they're very dead, huh? True. I should. It's a good point. There's no Aster in this game, is there? Oh, there is. No, I'm playing grounding, so I can't. Alright, I'm playing brush shock, so I can't kill totems very easily. I mean, Mezdu's back, man. What can we say here? Apparently that's coming back. Supposedly, I saw a thing linked about them like being a new Omnibuy replacement coming out soon. So I would not be surprised if you saw that pop up in Mini CC again. How are they doing it? Round 2. Looks like the paladin fucking murdered me. I can look and see. I don't exactly remember what happened in round 2. I'm just. Well, I didn't have trinket in my bars, so there is that. It looks like I had no cooldowns though, so I'd have trinketed and just like leapt. No, I wouldn't. I didn't have leap. I'd have trinket rooted them. Maybe I'd have lived. But the H-Pel seems to have murdered me with Judge. They're nerfing that by 30%, I think. The slow change? That doesn't, to me, doesn't seem that different, but I mean, we'll see it in threes more, right? How much people can kind of abuse it. No, it was still pretty fast. I mean, I felt pretty safe until I got fucking smacked by the paladin for 100k, 150k. Hey, Veggie. How you doing today, bud? How can I see how close to my level I am? I'm at 91% XP. Wait, what's insane, Cookie? These numbers. Wait, wait, who's doing this? Gen Z? Gen Z investors use long-term investment. Is this new? Gen Z investors use long-term investment for sports betting, according to a new poll. A new poll shows that more than a quarter of Gen Z investors see gambling on sports as part of their long-term financial strategy. Holy fuck. mean, that's just lack of education, right? There's no way if you're an investor you think of sports betting. Sports betting is like, I mean, it's entertainment, right? Nothing wrong with that. But long term financial strategy. Oh, more than half said bet on sports at least once in the last year with money originally set aside for investing. I mean, it could highlight like disillusionment and the way that the markets work. So being real, that also could explain a few things in like kind of markets in general, right? Like that could be more of like a comment on like people are no longer surprised by stocks behaving relatively irrationally. You know, things like let's say Tesla, right? Or SpaceX. Although SpaceX actually has been fairly rational in the end. But like a lot of times when did it get really crazy? Um what was that stock in the like start of COVID that went pretty nuts? And it wasn't like trading on fundamentals, it was trading on I mean nowadays it's as valid as anything. I'm not going to tell people how to invest. I don't think fundamentals necessarily have to mean anything, and the reality is that could have been as much of a fast as anything else, right? So whatever thesis works right now. About 26% of Gen Z investors born between 1997 and 2007 so they treat sports betting as a deliberate, ongoing component of their financial plans. I mean, that seems like a. I want to argue that maybe I would want to see the polling, like the way they've phrased the question in polling. I wonder if it was like a leading question or something. You know what I mean? That's compared to about 40% of millennials between 91 and 96% of Gen X. 1% of boomers. I mean, the question seems to be phrased to imply that they are just woefully like, it makes them seem like idiots if they're doing it specifically to make money and not as an entertainment mechanism. But I'm wondering whether it was like led in such a way that it made it seem like it was like a do sports betting, and are you an investor as well type thing. That's my question, is whether it's sensationalized by the poll itself. But because if it's just people betting, I mean, like people, you know, if they're saying, "Do you plan to make money from it?" I mean, yeah, I don't know. They're like supposedly there was some pretty insane arbitrage opportunities, um, with it with AI for a while. I don't know if they're. I assume all those loopholes are pretty like dealt with now, but supposedly you could just like um yeah. I kind of wonder if they. It just seems like such a weird question. I don't know. Something seems wrong there. And again, if you're using it as like a let's make money longer term with this, was that what I don't know. I am currently playing a fire mage. It's definitely interesting. I mean, there's nothing wrong with gambling, at least, you know, relative to anything else. But as a long term, like, you know, it's like saying you're going to go to the casino to make a living on slots or something. It's not super likely to work out for you longer term. That doesn't mean it's not like valid as an entertainment mechanism, right? Thoughts on Pokemon cards for investing? I read an interesting take on that. That, I mean, I have my own personal thoughts on it because, again, nowadays things are too crazy to really have a good idea on any of that sort of thing. And I haven't looked at, like, if I was interested in getting educated on the subject, I would look at like how collectibles have worked as an industry over a longer period of time. And I think collectibles have worked pretty well. The question is, like, do you think it's a collectible that will last? Because you look at, like, you know, like, there's tons and tons of crazy ass, the collectibles are a big market. The problem is, like, will people continue to see them that way because they don't have intrinsic value. They're not based on, like, it's a piece of cardboard, shiny cardboard, and you're going on the grading of that cardboard. But another example of like a collectible for the sake of a collectible was, like, if you remember NFTs, same thing, but they did not have value that persisted over time. They eventually kind of fizzled out. But there are tons of collectibles that last forever, like rare coins and shit. Like, that stuff does not stop becoming, like, you know, it's at least by today's standards and by the standards that have existed for quite some time, they stay valuable, right? People have, there's a market for them and like kind of perpetually. So trading cards are just down to, like, do you think that market will survive? Are there other examples of that happening? And then the other question is, like, is there a market for all Pokemon? Like, right now, I think the argument is that, like, there's a market for all Pokemon trading cards. Like, all the new generation ones will have the same value as the old generation ones. It's very possible that the old gen Pokemon cards, the classics, you know, the Charizards and all that stuff, the Gen 1s, those all stay really valuable, but the market dies for all the new stuff. It's hard to say. That's true. There's definitely a based on actual literal value, Cookie, for sure. Crypto's an interesting one too. I think a lot of that stuff's under a lot of pressure right now because uh if you look at, like, there's one of those, like, kind of depressing things happening at the moment where, like, you go back 6 years and the value of Bitcoin's relatively the same, and in some cases down. So it's, like, tough as a you know, if you, like, compare most stocks, it's kind of an upward trajectory, but you're seeing, like, a kind of, you know, it's an industry that's only existed for, how long has it been? 2008. So we're like 18 years in, and for the last 6, it's been flat, up, and then we're back to the start basically. Whereas you look at, like, all of your your typical stuff, and usually it's kind of just an upward trajectory. Deeper on chain. Yeah, I mean, look, to me personally, you should never listen to me on this stuff. I'm only talking, right? I don't have any investments in anything, not a single thing. I'm terrible for advice and that kind of thing. I just talk, so I wouldn't recommend you do or don't. I just talk about it. Can't argue with that. Cookie said, had a doom sense on econ for a while, the economy for a while. Debt can't rise faster than income forever without some devastating consequences sometime. Yeah, scary thought. Very scary thought. Yeah, no, the hot silver coin it's tragic, really. Haley did nothing wrong, man. I think is she back or no? Has she been gone since? Any Fortnite Pro World Champ went on chain, went. Oh, I'm not saying you can't make a lot of money on it. MVM. I'm not this that's a different thing, right? Investment is the I guess we're talking about two different things. You can make money in tons of industries. We're talking about whether whether it's based is that based on value, or are you talking about like I see a lot of people that I used to follow doing a ton of trading effectively, like, but usually it's not that they're creating value as much as they're executing short-term trades, and you're kind of like, it's like a crypto often trades on get your hand in and get out before the music stops. You know, it's musical chairs the whole time. You're just trying to not be the one left with the bag, you know? There's tons of money in that. It's incredibly volatile, right? It just trades on insane volatility. That doesn't mean you're trading on value. You're trading on a bunch of other people and trying to be slightly better than them. That's my understanding of what people are doing with that. If you're saying on train, right? You're saying people trading in, but that isn't the same thing as an investment. That's just at least not to me. Tons of money in it, but I can't click this off. Okay, cancel this way. Oh, I can. Yeah, exactly. He said crypto is less full there. There's no value in the coin itself. Person will pay more than you for it. I mean, I think I think in like Bitcoin and stuff, there is definitely value to me. In like NFTs and all that stuff. Or right now there's a lot of people trading in like short like the people, there'll be like devs that come up with coins. They'll have IPOs, and then kind of people will dump into it short term, create a ton of volatility, and then everyone will try and cash out, right? And then some people will be left getting in a bit too late and get fucked over, or they'll make tons of money on fees. There's tons of money in it, but it's not in like the people just are trading on like a a very volatile security, right? Not security, but like very volatile product. That's what they're after. They're after the volatility, not the actual underlying tech. I think Bitcoin's fascinating, but I've always had reservations on it. My reservation on crypto generally is that even though in theory it's you know, the main thing that I really like about it is that hypothetically it should be free. You know, you have like fixed supply like Bitcoin, or you have like freedom of influence from like government. But in reality, um, if they wanted to, you know, they could drive the value to zero or basically effectively control of it. So I don't know. They just choose not to for whatever reason, which is not a bad thing. It just, I don't necessarily trust the core value proposition of it. Like if the US says it is illegal to trade in Bitcoin, the value of Bitcoin is going to tank pretty substantially. They haven't done that, but if they did, Collecting cards, nice. Look, I got nothing but good things to say about collectibles, Vigi. Especially if you're just doing it for the sake of collecting, or like you know, it's really. I mean, hobbies are totally fine. Even if you're doing it for money, it's totally fine. If you see value and you get enjoyment out of it, who cares? Doesn't matter what I think or anyone else thinks. Yeah, I mean, it's great. Perfect. Is that like good now? It seems like it has potential to be good in this meta, but I don't know. Like, so broadly, CC got changed. But currently, mages seem really good. Burst got changed because the game is slower, but they're trying to speed it up a little bit. Ellie is anti CC, has no CC, but it's good at keeping your team out of CC, and it has good burst for longer games. So in dampening, you look like a comp like Feral Ellie, right? It's not a comp that has tons of control, but the deeper into dampening you go, the scarier it becomes. I could actually see a universe like where Ellie Feral or Ellie Warrior wins BlizzCon. I could definitely see that being a thing. Seems perfectly viable to me. And going back to there was a comment above as well that I kind of saw, but I didn't talk about. Someone said they went all on SpaceX. Jix did. I think there's a relatively decent chance. There's two things that make that stock kind of interesting. First of all, I think Tesla, or I think Elon's holding a lot of it. Like he has like some absurd amount of it. So he has a lot of insanity. He can't really exit without tanking it. He's going to have to try and grow it. So you have that on your side, right? They have some pretty interesting products too. And then the third thing I think is that they're probably going to, if I had to guess, one of the ways he'll grow it in the end is by merging it with like say Tesla and creating a giant stock. And that's also like an exit point for him too, right? Because he's got to find a way to. Well, I guess he doesn't have to. He's like Elon's fascinating because he's so rich that technically he never needs like you can't use that much money ever, right? It's never like he's never looking for it. Like you think of like a man mortal like us. If you had stock, you want to like eventually liquidate and use it in some form, right? But like he's so fucking rich that he never has to do that. Like to him, it's just a number, right? You can't. He doesn't need to liquidate his stock for anything. He just borrows against it if he needs to. It'll just perpetually be like he doesn't have reason. Like, how much can you do with how many, 800 billion in stock or whatever? I feel like once you're talking in the billions, money is just the number at that point. But I do think he has a lot of reason like he'd want to grow it. And I think one of the more obvious ways he could try is by effectively taking his other companies and creating products between them. Is money or price is such a foreign concept? Yeah, I mean, it's just not how you're brought up, right? Like no one. It's yeah. It's not something I think about very often, to be honest. I don't tend to like I feel like I think about where I am, and I feel very lucky to be where I am. I'm very grateful to be where I am. I like Aaron has occasionally gotten caught up in like, you know, like comparing and all that. It's just not the way the world works. The way the world works in my mind is that, like, you know, I could be a million times. I'm super lucky and grateful and happy where I am. I don't even remotely think about um yeah, it's not it's just such a weird, you know, conversation to have. If I could have this forever, I'd be fucking happy. If I could have this another year, I'd be really fucking happy. One more year would be insane. Always complain about the prices. Which price do you mean? 900 billion. I mean, he's. I think about not like what he has. I think about two things actually. I think it's probably sad because he seems very lonely, and I've seen you see this a lot with the very wealthy people. They're not any happier. Like happiness has no correlation to wealth beyond a certain point. Like it's not gonna make. They're gonna have like the perception of like whatever's wrong, like your problems in your life, they don't go away no matter how wealthy you are. You still have to deal with all that, and that's kind of sad in a way, right? Like to like you think it from the point of view of like, you know, any of us. If you just got given infinite wealth, it wouldn't. You know, it doesn't like you still have the same issues to solve no matter what. But it is crazy the thought that like he could start an infinite number of families and it would not have. He's never going to have a problem. Like, can I provide for them? Like, that's the most motivating thing to me. The thing that keeps me up at night, and when I say up at night during the day, because I'm up all night already, is like, can I provide for my family 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now? And for him, that is not a question. It cannot be. It's completely like he could take a 0.01% of his wealth, and that would already be the case, which is crazy. Like that concept is wild to me. But um, yeah, doesn't buy happiness for him for sure. Yeah, yeah, I agree, Cookie. It's American capitalism. One dude could afford a million heart surgeries, while the child that needs it has to go into debt for it. healthcare is one of the parts. Again, I come from New Zealand, and in New Zealand, um, the idea of being injured and having that cost, it already cost you your health, right? You're already like you're in a car accident, you lose your health, and the idea that in the U.S. you lose not only your health, but you come out of that situation crippling debt is crazy. Or the idea of like getting like you're dealing with cancer or something like that, and then the idea that will eventually just suck all of your wealth away is also crazy. Because you're already dealing with the cancer, you're already dealing with the any number of issues. Usually, it isn't. That's it feels to me like healthcare ought to be pretty zero sum. Like on the whole, it should be beneficial to society to always look out for and pay for the people that are sick, because it's like it's a purely social cost, right? You help them, they recover, and then they provide for you when you get sick, like fundamentally, right? There's like general like it shouldn't be it's not ethical to be to profiteer health, because it's like, and everyone does better when everyone's healthy. It's not socialism though. It's just like general. It's strange that like when you think of it, like when you think of any situation within a family or like a small group of people, the moment it gets beyond like the people you can directly see, it becomes socialism. But I feel like it's just a logical thing. I don't know. I know it's like a big talking point politically in the states, and where I'm from, even on the right, like healthcare is doesn't matter whether you're left or right wing in New Zealand. Healthcare is healthcare being free is not something. No one's going to fight to make everyone pay for healthcare. That's ridiculous. Yeah, the story from Colorado. Dude fell on a fence post, punched through his chest on a hike. He refused the helicopter ride because it would be too expensive. Walked down the mountain with a fence post in his chest to avoid a heli charge. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of the things that people accept over here, unfortunately. Fine line talking about New Zealand have healthcare in the USA, but don't sound like calming. I don't think those two things are the same at all. I think it's just the way that people have made it sound. I don't know who's made that perceptually the case. Uh, I do believe. I think socialism is associated with communism too, weirdly, but I don't actually think the two are even remotely related. I think people think of socialism and like I don't know. Did Americans not take history or something like on that type of subject? There's a pretty clear like as a New Zealander going through it, isn't it collectivism that you're thinking of? Like when you think of communism, it's collectivism. Like the whole like everyone's inputs go in to a collective and then they get shared out equally. That's communism, right? At its core, everyone like no one has like everyone has their own equal share in everything. Socialism has nothing to do with that. No, socialism has nothing to do with the two aren't related at all. I, at least not that I'm aware of. I'm pretty sure it was like an essay topic that we did in high school on like the differences between the two. In the US it's different. In the US they see them, but again, the social that it was you again, it wasn't the socialist side. I don't know. I hope they improve. I mean, they probably won't. That seems like an education issue. Personally, yeah, that's disgusting, Munta. I'm really sorry, man. That's actually legitimately disgusting. That's terrifying. I've been under the impression if I have anything major happen to me, I'm going back to New Zealand. I have no choice. Like if I ever have that type of thing happen, I'm fortunate that I'm both, you know, I'm in New Zealand and I'm an American. Well, I'm not an American, but I'm in both places. If I ever got into that type of scenario, I'd have to go back and get healthcare in New Zealand. So I'm not, you know, I think I'm stopping in a sec because I want to try and I don't know what I'm gonna do for tonight. I don't know if I'm gonna like have a very short stream tonight and then try and be on when servers come up with the patch, or like I'm not sure. I guess we'll see what we're gonna do. Hey, Trauma. I mean, in New Zealand, I'm fairly confident they ask you to like differentiate this stuff. They ask you as a thought exercise to like when you're learning about different political systems and history. To be fair, I don't think it was necessarily specifically New Zealand that does that, but yeah, you're it's one of the tasks, right? Is to like to look at the different like what makes each system and why different systems fail in their pure form, and why like what the value of it's weird because like it's not, I don't know, socialism is considered like a political point of view for whatever reason, but it really isn't, right? It's not like a it's not like uh it's not as an alternative to capitalism, at least not in the general sense. The US is weird though because it does feel like a lot of arguments don't like looking at, especially like, you know, I'm not even taking a point of view. This seems to be on both sides, right? A lot of politics and this is again not political, believe it or not. I'm not taking either point of view because I think both parties over here are guilty of it. Is when they get into an argument, they just like they just ram home a point without actually explaining it. They just it's like a talking point, an inflammatory talking point, and they just fucking smash it. And no one actually thinks about what they're even saying. And like it just seems to be like the way things work. Like an argument between both would be like, on the right they might say this is socialist, and then on the left they'll actually like because they're so afraid of being painted as communist, they'll defend that it's not that because they don't want that associated with them either, because it's funny, and that's on both sides. Like they're both dodging like as hard as they can. But yeah, I'm not that is not getting political at all on that, because it's just not for me personally. I just don't give a shit. It's none of my business. Like none of that. I'm neither. It doesn't I don't have the ability to vote anyway. And it's just not, it's none of my business. None of it on either side. I do think that things like healthcare are not like a political point of view, though. I think someone's health isn't political. I think there are things that government should do to take care of the same way that you try and take care of each other. I think the government should have, or like I think that it's okay for certain things to be like the government taking care of its people, and I see healthcare as one of those things. Yeah, it's just not. I don't know. I think there's a degree of like understanding where your place is in the world. And I'm sorry again, once a buddy. That's so brutal for you. But it is not my place. It's not my battle. It's someone's battle, but it's not my battle. Those types of things. So I don't. I'm not gonna sit here and tell people. And also like I think as well, and it's strange to me. I left New Zealand before I could really vote, and I guess I would have been confronted with this truth over there as well had I been in that position. Like the idea of like because when you're a kid you don't care about politics, right? It's not your, and you grow up and then like your vote, like being on a political side means like telling other people they're wrong. And I'm fortunate that I'm not in that position. I couldn't, I didn't have that power really in any major way in New Zealand, so it didn't translate into anything that mattered in the U.S. to me. I've not had to deal with that. I guess if I get my, like when I finish my citizenship over here, then suddenly I'm in that position. But I've never had to confront that. So like when someone's like I'm I'm on the right wing, so people on the left wing are wrong, or I'm left wing, so people on the right wing are wrong. I'm like, fine, sure, doesn't matter to me. You're whoever you can be, whatever you want. It's also probably partially because I grew up in New Zealand with like surrounded by lots of different religions. Like my primary school was Christian, no Catholic, and then everyone around me was Anglican, and then we knew a bunch of people that were Christian as well, and it's confusing because who's right? And the lesson I learned from being around all that religion was everyone's right. They can do what they want. None of my business. Well, it's not like messed up at all. You just learn that people can believe whatever they want. And it doesn't affect you. It's not, it doesn't, like, your beliefs are your beliefs and their beliefs are their beliefs, and no one's right or wrong. You don't have to, like, I think a big part of it is like if you grow up in a place, and I think it's more the case over here, you'll grow up in a place that's like strongly like maybe one religion, right? And then the idea of someone having a different religion is like now opposed to your worldview. Now someone's right or wrong. There's a confrontation, but like when you grow up and you're around like three at once or four at once, and you see all these different, people existing, you learn that it doesn't have to be about who's right and wrong. You can kind of all do your own thing. And I think the same thing is true of religion too. But it's just no, we're not going. We're not going down the belief. We're talking about beliefs here, not like people can do whatever they want. We're not debating religion right now. That is beyond the scope of anything I'm doing. That is far beyond scope here. But there's plenty of fascinating like literature and like interesting talks and stuff from all different sides of theology on that type of thing. Tons of it. And yeah, not for me to debate. I'm happy where I'm at. I'm content. Oh shit! Wait. Hmm. Think of the tier 365 month resub. Wait, it might be time to go, Clink. I'm gonna stay around just for you, man. I do have to go in a sec because it's Rose's first day of school, but we're gonna stick around for you, Clink. Yeah, it's totally reasonable. That is your fucking right, man. I grew up around uh a lot of religion. Even over here, around a ton. It's not. Look, my perspective on it all is, I would say, more confused from just the upbringing I had with with being around so much of it, but complicated. We started already. We started already. Yeah, start today. I think it's based on like district and stuff. Are you gonna BlizzCon, Clint? I think I'm not now. Unfortunately, we didn't make it, and I actually have a ticket, but it's just like too expensive to justify. I think debating what to do. You have a ticket and stuff, like you're booked and stuff, but you just haven't decided what you want to do with it. I mean, I think I see. Do you have like you have a haven't booked your flight or hotel? Okay, gotcha. I mean, it's still a little under a month, right? I'm like I'm gonna be really sad watching it. I think I'm gonna be really sad watching it, to be honest. But it wouldn't be the same going and not competing and stuff. It just isn't. It and then also like, I mean, there are definitely some people going that I you know that I would recognize. Hotel. I mean, there's there's always a lot of people going. You know what I mean? But maybe like our at least the people I don't know many from my stream going anymore like before. But I guess maybe before it was different because people like kind of like flocked in as we were confirmed. As I don't know. It's a weird one. It's where Blizzard sent me a ticket. I didn't even ask for one. I like literally I just look at a thing that says I've got a comp ticket in my like waiting for me, but it's almost like it's an accident or something. There's one there, but without without the oh no accident as in oh it's super nice of them to do. Um honestly I linked it and I got my free shit. I have the BlizzCon stuff, like whatever the toys and stuff are. But and the mounts and shit. But I was wondering if it was like because like the people at like we were top three. We were like we were one team off of going. You know what I mean? Like we were right there. We almost made it, but we didn't. Pretty cool walking around with the selfie stick. It's just not me though. To be honest, the best part of BlizzCon's meeting everyone. I feel like it takes away a little bit from it for me at least. I'd want to focus a little of my energy on the people around me versus that. Um, I also, you know, I'm not skilled enough to do both. No one play Rogue. Yeah, I think Rogue is gonna get. I think Rogue is really good. I'm really curious to see what the meta is next week. Honestly, I have no clue what it's gonna be. Mythic Plus meta looks interesting too. The raid meta, like I wonder how fucked up the like current Mythic Plus OP classes get fucked by the raid. Like Arms Warrior might get absolutely destroyed by World First Race. For example, I haven't looked at the boss design, but if there are any 2 or 3 target bosses, I feel like Arms Warrior is gonna get cooked. BlizzCon is such a good experience. It's incredible actually. It's not because of the like the first BlizzCon I went to was incredible because of the panels and like seeing everything. But because I used to watch it at home every time. Yeah, I would always like watch it. I would pay for the pass and for that. But um after the first one, it's the people. Like the like people go it's like the happiest event I've ever been to. Everyone's there and they're all just like they're just happy. It is one of the happiest places I've been to, I think. No matter what the game state is, doesn't matter if like the game is in a terrible state at all. People are just happy to see each other. You know, people you played with in the past or like, you know, whatever. Like everyone's just happy. Everyone's, even if like the other like interesting thing that I've seen as well is you'll have people that online are like quite hostile, and then you meet them in person and they're like, not to me necessarily, but like in general, like encounters between people that are normally hostile and they're everyone's friends, everyone's nice to each other. And then the even funnier part is they go back and then they're hostile again. Like it resumes. But it's it's a really insanely nice. One of the happiest times of my life was like all the BlizzCons I've been to, really, especially the 2023 one though. I had a lot of fun with the 2023 one because it didn't have the pressure of competing. Like in 2018, 2017 when I went, the whole time we were consumed by like the whole thing was judged based on like, you know, how we were doing in the tournament and like all the things we were doing with that. But 2023 we just went, we're just hanging out. So I was drinking and it was a good time. Yeah, no, I haven't had like, I have not drank like that since about that BlizzCon. I don't think, really. Like we've had some other like unfortunate things where I'll just like have a shitload of one thing, but that was nice because it was like trying lots of new things out. And also like it helped that like Johnny was like getting some crazy shit. He was buying like like it wasn't just like cheap stuff, you know. Now at home we have, yeah, Martian too, of course. Now it's like, you know, I'll have the occasional but very like I'll always buy the cheapest shit possible. It's funny. There's a lot of places that have like glass shoes, Clink, instead of having your own one. But there's always a at BlizzCon. There's always a bunch of Australians, New Zealanders that will drink out of shoes. I think every BlizzCon I've seen it, literally. Does Australian New Zealand beer taste way better than beer in the US? No, because like no, different, not better, different. In New Zealand, people have you have American beer too. Like it's normal. I think I mean Australian New Zealand beer is, I think, more related to like English or German beer, right? They're like it tastes like I don't know. I don't think there's a better or worse. All I can tell you is that in New Zealand you have all of it available. You've got your like European stuff, you got your American stuff, and your New Zealand stuff, and they're all good. I would say maybe for price reasons, you mostly had stuff from New Zealand, probably much cheaper than buying imported stuff, just generally. But we definitely tried all of it. There's hope for a DK this patch. It seems very underwhelming currently. I mean, your strength as a spec, like Unholy's viability in PvP. You're saying PvP or PvE? In PvE, apparently it's bad, but I don't know. For PvP, your strength as a spec comes down to tuning primarily, right? Tuning is currently probably on the worst side because you're kind of nerfed. A lot of aspects that are nerfed, and then you have there's two things working against it. In addition to the tuning, one of the things that makes you most powerful is your pets pressing Scourge Strike with you. So when you press your cooldowns, they're supposed to press Scourge Strike as well. But supposedly, if there are 2 targets available, your pets don't press Scourge Strike and instead press Epidemic. And Epidemic is much weaker than, like, it's tuned to be about a 5th as strong. Maybe it's a 6th as strong. It was much weaker. So when you have 2 target, your damage gets cooked super hard currently in PvP, as far as I'm aware. And if you're doing a 1 target, you'll notice your pets all, like, your top damage will be your pet Scourge Striking. Like you press Scourge Strike and your pets all press it as well, and they hit really hard. But I will say this: so tuning is an issue, and maybe that's an issue. But the biggest thing, like in terms of, like, last season, we had pretty okay tuning, but we had some meta issues, and one of the biggest problems was your pets, right? They made a really good change for Unholy this patch with pets. So to you as a DK, it looks like your pets are all there, right? You can see all your lesser ghouls, and you've got a little army of pets following around. To your enemies, they only see 3 of them or 0. Like, they only see 3 lesser ghouls at a time. Maximum 3 lesser ghouls. They'll still see the 4 like horseman pets with you, and they'll still see your magus and your main pet. But the lesser ghouls, they'll see max 3, and occasionally it bugs and they see 0 of those, of the lesser ghouls. So there are less pets to cleave off of, which is really good. And I also think, and I'm not completely sure on this, but I also am curious, I didn't try this, I think they are immune to AoE effects if they're not visible. Because I have to check and see exactly how it works with CC and stuff. But from what I could see, when I was, like, on the other side of it and I was testing out on a Mistweaver Monk, if I would, like, try and AoE them, I wouldn't see numbers pop up at all. And it didn't look like I was getting healing at all. So I'm curious if maybe that means that the lesser ghouls that are, like, not visible to the enemies, if they're immune to CC, and therefore, like, aren't being slowed, and they aren't being, you know, like, they're just always running at them full speed, which seems really good. I mean, I don't disagree with you. The biggest the concerns I have for sure are you still get cooked by dispels, you still get cooked by shields, and you have even more reliance. Those 2 things are related, right? Like Disc Priest shields. To be fair, their shields are smaller now. Disc Priest have smaller shields. They know they did the same thing. So, like, Mistweaver Monks had their rushing wind kick kind of nerfed. They get 3 hits of it instead of 1 really big one. And the 3 hits are smaller. And then I think they did the same thing with Priest Void Shield, like Disc Priest Void Shield. Instead of having, like, 1 really, really powerful shield, they have it more frequently, but it's smaller. Unholy was unplayable the last week. I feel like if you played against, if you actually looked at the activity, I don't know if you found a way around it, but if you looked at the activity on ladder the last 2 weeks maybe, last couple days especially, it was like 90% disc. Disc is actually, I swear to you, I don't know if you've actually looked at that too much. Have you noticed what happens to your damage against this priest pick kick? I didn't realize how crazy, because I experimented with some PvE a bit. You would think, like, pressing Putrefy more often is, like, super important, right? Basically, your Apex is everything. Your Apex talents, like, carry your spec hugely. That's why your damage feels so miserable against Disc Priest. I actually felt crazy miserable because of it. Give me 1 sec. I mean, I think Unholy was fun into Prez and Druid, but Paladin disables your Apex entirely because every time they dispel and you reapply, your disease doesn't tick. Like even if you're getting the damage from the dispel, your disease is not counted as ticking until a second in. So whenever they force you to dispel and reapply, you're missing out on Apex procs, and your Apex procs are like absurdly powerful. Not just because of the damage they do from the putrefies themselves. It's the fucking the mastery you get. And then your rotation's built around it's a very like extremely condensed rotation. Like in PV, if you like spend time doing dumb shit, your damage is fucked. The entire rotation is based around you like spawning a pet every global, basically. So if you take your time to not press your actual priority buttons, like if your rotation gets compressed down to just reapplying dots, you won't do anything. Like the spec is useless. On top of the fact that because you're proccing less Apex, you're not getting the mastery buffs, you're not getting haste buffs, you just get cooked. You're not getting Magus procs. Wait, can you? I don't see the link to it. Did it time your link out, Cookie? But yeah, Priest disables your Apex entirely with shields. If it doesn't do damage, it doesn't proc the Apex. Unfortunately for us, for DKs this patch, so one of the scary parts is they actually buffed our Apex by a ton. It got changed. Instead of being so, it actually got double buffed. Your Apex, when you proc, so previously you just got haste when you had a Magus out, right? So whenever you procced a Magus, for the duration of that Magus, you got 2% haste. Now, every time you proc a Magus, every time you proc your Apex, you get 1%, or you get haste, but 15 seconds. So it lasts longer. And the second part is that when you proc your Apex, it's 100% power putrefy instead of 60. So it's way more potent on procs. Unfortunately, HPEL still exists, Red Paladin still exists, and I mean, almost every healer can fuck with your Apex. The only healers that can't are Prez and Adruid. Every other one will fuck your Apex over completely. Even Mystical Monks, if they want to, will fuck your Apex over. A dispel, once they've pressed the dispel button, you're already fucked. Like your damage has already been completely ruined. So much of your damage is stuck in it. Disc Priest doesn't have to dispel. They should, if a Disc Priest is dispelling as well, they're wasting their time. If they're pressing their shields on it, you're already not getting procs. It's already going to waste all of them. Holy Priest doing is disgust though. If a Disc, I mean, Disc is they're kicking you when you're down though. You already like a Disc Priest passively will know if you're damaged by 35%. I haven't played a game like even Disc Priests that have no clue about dispelling. You're even if they don't do any dispels, your damage is cooked by default without any on talents, without anything special. You're whenever they press their shields, they just are cutting your pro. It's the same. It already is a dispel. Like as long as there's absorbs happening, and I guess with mage, the same thing you'll notice if you play against like rogue mage, if they've got ice barrier up, blazing barrier up, and they've got disc shields up, they're just not. You're not getting Apex. Same thing in the mirror. If you play a DK mirror, like and you're like the way you play, for example, if you're pressing shell on CD, if you press the shell at a good time, it cooks Apex procs too. They just, I don't know. There's no fixes to that stuff either. I'm not even sure they're aware of it, but I mean, that creates such a massive, like, it's feast or famine for DK, right? You can't even have, like, you can have fun against some things, but so many things fuck your, like, just make your class not work. It's one of the most frustrating, it probably is the most frustrating design I've seen for Death Knight, I think. And I've played every version of it, of all the different DK versions, and this one is like just, it has such a massive difference between it functioning correctly and the way that you're forced to play it. There are so many things that break it. If you don't, you have no choice. There's no alternative way to play, Stu. You have to spam reapply. If you don't, you don't get your Apex. Your Apex is too much of your damage. It's too much. It's like your Mortal Strike and your buff amp and your damage. You can't. Like the whole spec, even more. There's even more reliance on your Apex this patch too, because in order to actually get the Lord of the Dead Magus, you have to have 3 lesser Maguses up, which requires the Apex to proc, which means you just have it's a game, it's a mini game you have no choice but to play, but there's no upside to it. The whole spec is tied into this terrible this terrible Apex design. Like if you look at what your Apex does, it's revolting. Like that spec is one giant bug. I don't know. It might be decent, and then but yeah, you're still gonna if like Disc Priest is meta or Holy Paladin's meta, which Holy Paladin is currently super meta. Holy Paladin is the best healer right now. I didn't see that link, by the way, Cookie. Let me see. No, it must have timed you. It must have timed you out. I don't see I don't see your link. Let me see if I can open on YouTube directly. Did it link it? It did not link it. Can you link it in my Twitch by chance, Cookie? I don't see it in here at all. Like, it doesn't show a link in here. It may have auto-timed it out. How do you not get burnt out from doing arenas? I mean, the game's pretty fun. I think with as long as we've played for, you know, there's lots of different point of views to play from too. Yeah, it does work. I did not, man. I don't. I felt bad about it initially, but then I looked at the stuff queuing, and I don't think the game was playable. I had to play something different. I don't believe that there was unless you extremely selectively queued. I didn't see a good way to play the last couple days. You know what I mean? Like there was like the average comp queuing was the misery for DK comps. So I mostly did Mythic Plus and Shuffle. Life and Death. I mean, Life and Death doesn't do anything, though, unfortunately. Life and Death gives you a bit of compensation by giving you some damage, but it doesn't actually help your rotation at all. It's isolated, is the issue. It's not. I mean, Life and Death needs to refund a putrefy charge every time a dispel happens. And then we're talking, maybe. That's what it needs, for sure. Yeah, but it bugs though, right? I've seen the bug. It's a bug when that happens. I saw one happen at the start of a game. I thought originally it was because you have a giant stacked up dot and it makes it one shot, but I had one happen in the opener. Literally the opener once. It's got some sort of like bug interaction or something. Like, I thought when that happened, it was because you had a 1 minute disease. But I saw one for 300k and it was the start of a game. They literally just spelled in the opener and just fucking instantly exploded. It was like a 20 second fucking plague. This is someone. Wait. Is this the person impaled? And he's taking a fucking pose? There's no way. Is that going through him? No. That's for dramatic effect, right? Bro, that's crazy. This guy, I mean, so the person refused a a helicopter ride because it would cost too much, and they just fucking tracked it instead with the fucking they're impaled. That's crazy. Cleanly passed through his side. As soon as I was able to self-assess and establish this was not life-threatening right now, I was pretty convinced I was going to get that mountain under my own power. Leave the pole lodged in his body and hike more than 10 miles over rugged terrain. I'm going to be honest, that seems really fucking dumb, but... Oh my god, there it is, man. That's crazy. That's so crazy. What the fuck? How is that so perfect? You know what I mean? Like it's like just like a complete freak thing that it's like perfect. There's no you just missed everything important. How do they miss all like wouldn't it like cause significant pain? Like it's still gonna pass muscle and shit, right? Or do they actually just go through only skin to skin? Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it's still like how could he know? You know, I mean, like that's not gonna that it hasn't hit something more major. Hey, it sounds adrenaline blocks pain. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe he's in significant pain after. But he went 10. I mean, I feel like adrenaline doesn't last 10 miles, does it? Maybe it does. Generator right? Yeah. I mean, that's yeah. Apparently, he's still in that same article. They say he's still facing significant debt, despite or significant medical costs, despite um not taking the helicopter ride. Shit still costs a lot. That's crazy. I think there's a world where like DHDK is decent tomorrow. Maybe Warrior DK. Maybe BM Hunter DK. I just don't know if DK is that good. I'm not super confident. Havoc looks really fucking good. And they're probably so here's the thing, right? I have a feeling that Arms Warrior is probably better because the changes that Arms Warrior has got is really crazy. They made them insanely smooth to play. But I think there's a good chance that in the world first race they will run like literally 5 Arms Warriors and shit. They'll just do stupid shit with Arms Warrior. Arms Warrior is the most broken class I think in all of PvE. So the chances of that existing beyond like heroic week or beyond the first week are pretty unlikely. Havoc looks really good though. Unholy might be cooked. I haven't been able to get a shuffle to pop in this patch to see, but supposedly your pets. The best thing about Unholy is that change they made to your pets to make them like Scourge strike with like they'll press Scourge with you on your burst. But if you have 2 targets, they don't press it. They press Epidemic instead, and Epidemic hits for like a fifth as much. So your pets, instead of having all of them spam blast stuff, it's your top damage single target, and then it becomes nothing if they don't do it. And I think there are just too many situations you have 2 targets around you. Whatever it's called, death something. Where is it? Where's the thing? The new thing called death orders. So I feel this guy. Maybe it's not. I was looking at it earlier on. It was more extreme than that. Maybe it is only half as much. Anyway, when they cast Epidemic Orders with 2 target, it's pretty bad. That one specific thing will probably. I'm glad you're here, buddy. Life's been pretty good. Bit different. But yeah, I think Havoc looks insane. I mean, I think Cleaves in general might be good. Let me see what the scaling is if I target something. Yeah, this is what. Oh, what the fuck? It just has really good scaling, I guess. That's kind of concerning. I saw more extreme scaling than this before as well. But you can see if they spam a dipping, it's not doing nearly as much. Wait, what? Oh yeah, in the US it's cheaper because it's not export. You're talking about island countries. Like if you're in Australia or New Zealand, you're importing everything. It's just expensive as fuck to import. You gotta use oil to get the oil. You know, oil to fucking. Yeah, but even everything produced in Australia is still using stuff imported too, right? It's all part like the production still involves importing stuff. It's just they're just import countries. They'll have some stuff they export too, but every single product you buy is like there is import and there's trade involved in the production of it, and a part of that trade is going to be importing stuff. Well, the alcohol, I don't think alcohol is cheaper in. I would assume that alcohol is more expensive in New Zealand, Australia because of the tax they put on it. At least New Zealand has insane tax on like tobacco and alcohol and gasoline for that reason. Like you're paying for your roads too, right? Yeah, so you're paying. Yeah, I mean it's imported and it's also like they're I think their tax rate in alcohol is really high. Bro, what the fuck? So in New Zealand on spirits, it's $71 per liter. What the fuck? That's the rate of tax they apply. $71 per liter. Obviously, a liter's a lot, but that's just the tax, and it's 15% on top of that. Like so, then the final product cost plus the like tax rate then gets taxed by another 15% as well. That's fucking crazy. It ends up being $28 for a 40 ounce. I think no, for a 40 ounce, and then you have to pay 15% GST on top of that. $28 extra. What's the US? The US is $3.57. Wait, $3. What? It's confusing though because it's the AI is comparing like New Zealand uses liters and America uses gallons, and I don't want the fucking gallon to fucking liter. It needs to standardize it. So it's 3.7 for 1 liter. I mean, the AI is using this. Yeah, I don't know why it's using these. It's not standardizing. I can ask it to standardize these. Gave me the same shit, man. Bro, it actually did the same thing again. Okay, it's $42 of tax for New Zealand per 40 ounce, compared to $7.13 if you're American. That's crazy. The double. It's like 100% tax in New Zealand on spirits. Yeah, thirsty in New Zealand, man. That's crazy. I think beer's not so bad, but I mean, you'd think that if beer's that expensive, I guess that explains why they do drink it out of shoes, right? Cheaper than glasses. Not as cheap as a can though. For whatever reason, growing up in New Zealand, like every party, there's people drink like people having shoeies. Like they're very maybe not as normal now, but it's just like a silly party thing. I'm not sure the price on. It's different now, I think, Rambo, because a cigarette's even big anymore anyway. I feel like the like e-cigs and like Zen and stuff all kind of probably took over. I don't know what the tax rate is on those, and I think they're banned actually in some parts of New Zealand. I mean, I think New Zealand may have banned it. Yeah, how's an ollie film? Um, less smooth to play than last patch, for sure. I'm curious about the tuning of it. It's not going to feel better. Like it's not going to feel better to play. It can't, right? Um, you now have to press Saripa and then you press your Putrefy stacks, and you still have your existing issues. So nothing is fixed about the spec. Tuning can make you pretty powerful because of well, first of all, your tear bonus is interesting because it's buffing your Lord of the Dead. Lord of the Dead's actually did seem to do like in the I've only a couple scums and stuff. They actually do kind of pump. It's hard to say. Tuning could save it, but it's not going to feel smooth. I mean, like last expansion felt infinitely smoother. Um, it's not a I don't know. The guy that made the Unholy, like the person that designed Unholy, doesn't play Unholy or something. Hell, even in PvE, Unholy wasn't smooth last season. Like, to put it the best way I can, in PvE, frequently in like the really high burst situations, you had to double Festering Strike, even though you had 8 stacks of your pet. So I don't know who the fuck designed that spec and why they took the previous iteration of Plaguebringer and made it complete dog shit. It's not even tuning, it's just bad design. Like, in the typical use case for Unholy, you had to double Festering Strike just to refresh your buff, even though you had max stacks. Because it was higher damage to spam coil, like Necrotic Coil, when you had it available. So because of that, you would sit with max stacks and then just have to double refresh. Because if you didn't double refresh, your Apex got cooked. And so much of your damage comes from your Apex. Like, cutting your Apex back by 35% was stupid. So it is like, I don't know how they kept that. I don't know how like Blizzard saw people doing that last patch and people complained about it last patch and they kept doing it. It's kind of mind blowing. It just seems like, again, if like someone at Blizzard played the spec, they would see, oh hey, this is like a pretty bad pitfall. Like, of all the classes I've played this expansion and last expansion, none of them are that clunky. It's unheard of. Even Unholy, as a very like typically clunky spec, that is the clunkiest version I've ever seen. The need to double refresh your, like, to get Festering Scythe, having to press Festering Strike even if you don't need it is crazy. Like, that is the worst. Again, I have not seen a class have that kind of issue. I can't think of another class that has that kind of problem. I don't like, just straight up remove Festering Scythe from the game and bake that damage in some other way, because that is so bad. Or make it so that Festering Strike gives you the Festering Scythe buff. Like, invert it. It would be okay if you inverted it, probably, right? So the first hit gives you the, like, kind of like Plaguebringer, and then the second hit is a free, but gives you, like, the second it's free and gives you more wounds effectively, but doesn't have the buff associated with it, because it's super awkward to have to press it twice for the buff when you don't need the stacks. It is like such a clunky thing. And then on top of that, spell queuing can make you miss. Even in PvE, if you're 13 yards away, it misses. If it whiffs, you have to press it 4 times, which feels even worse. So it is like inexcusably bad class design for sure. I don't know how that feedback. I mean, again, the fact that that's how, like, I was, it blew my mind that was how it worked in PvE as well. I mean, I have not seen a spec with that level of design pitfall. Every spec I've played ever, nothing has been that clunky. It is literally the most clunky design for any spec I've ever seen. On top of everything else that's going on, it is so bad. I don't have any words. You come from Plaguebringer, which was 100%, was more powerful at the time, and it just was like pressing Scourge once. That's fine, right? It wasn't super awkward. You still had to like pay attention to it a little bit, but the new one is so bad. I don't understand. And originally it was going to be per target, so like I'm not even like, originally it didn't solve any of its problems. Give us more. I mean, honestly, one of the smoothest versions of Death Knight that's existed was the one they had last expansion. I'm not even sure what problem they're trying to solve. Like, being completely real. You were pretty good at swapping targets last expansion. Like, it wasn't that big of a problem. Like, I genuinely, I would rank last expansions, I mean, last expansion DK was pretty sick. Wounds? The new version is so much clunkier than Wounds. So maybe it's the fact that in PvP you're kind of confined anyway. Wounds were fine, and there were ways to solve the wound problem, but like, Yeah, I don't know, man. The new version's so fucking awful. Nah, people hated wounds. Like he's not wrong. People complain about everything, but it was like mostly just random noise. Like I don't think it was like a people just wanted to see it a bit different. But I love what they did last expansion. You had like I loved Blight too. Blight was so nice. Like that's the trade off you've made this expansion, right? Like you lost wounds, but you didn't like you don't have Blight anymore, so you can't swap freely. You have to like disease your new targets. Or you can putrefy, but you don't have like that kind of agency of putrefy. Nah, I mean it's just arbitrary and random. I was always a fan of wounds. I feel like they could have cooked with wounds more than they did. Like I don't see. You know what's crazy? On beta, for a brief time, they gave us wounds back. Effectively, the best of both worlds. You could spec into. What talent was it? I think it was Doomburst or something. And what it did was it changed your lesser ghoul stacks. It changed your lesser ghoul stacks to just do shadow damage. So you just had wounds, but they were on you. So you could just like if you scourge strike any target with ghoul stacks, it would just do shadow damage to them, extra shadow damage. It gave you all wounds back. Would have been so nice. No like pet bullshit. I mean, you literally. I mean, all they had to do was make it so they like you applied the wounds to yourself, and then you could target whoever you want if you wanted to. But I actually think it was kind of nice to have a penalty on swapping. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think the game should be about limitations, not about freedom to do whatever you want. You know what I mean? Like I think being tethered to a target and having to sacrifice something on swaps is okay. I think that you're building it kind of fits the theme for the spec to be about like you build pressure on a target. Devour, maybe. So Devour right now on live is actually more powerful than last patch. I think. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I think they changed the way that you lose sanity in the base void form of Devour or something. You're in like the Devourers I've seen. You're in surrender forever. Like you're in there for an extra 30 seconds, and it's just as scary. But they're nerfing surrender by a good amount next reset, and I'm not sure if that makes them worse than last patch or the same as last patch. But Devour is like super OP in PvE. I wish Class 9 would listen to what you say. I've become more negative than I was, I think. Man, like I think there was a time where maybe I was more political with the way that I spoke about my thoughts on class design. And I think that I've become less so. So I don't think that I imagine if someone designed Death Knight and they listened to what I had to say about DK, they'd be pretty fucking upset. Like I don't think I've been particularly nice about it. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be an easy person to listen to nowadays when it comes to DK input. I have been like I remember the first time I played DK this expansion, I just sat there and I think I had a 3-hour rant about how much I fucking hated it and why I hated it and why I thought it was terrible. So I don't think I would listen to me. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I thought a lot of the problems were PvP centric. I think playing a season of Mythic Plus and like seeing how it works and seeing they have the exact same problems in PvE was eye opening for me. Because I previously had none of that grounding, you know what I mean? I don't think I've ever really DPS on DK and PvE before. But the fact that it's designed wrong in PvE as well is mind blowing. I remember like seeing it. I'm like, the situation happened, was happening in PV, and I was looking at like the Discord and like looking for what people were saying about it, and they're like, yeah, that's just how it works. You just have to press. You just it's just bad design. Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between like giving feedback and like giving like saying you don't like something and like not being like the people that do class design, their job is to make Blizzard money, not really make people happy. It's to make them money. Like so changes the whole game for them. It's tough to move things forward in a way that isn't flawed. This one just happens to be super fucking flawed. They'll get it right eventually, but I mean, when I don't know. I mean, wounds was there for like 10 years. I shudder to think what 10 years of this design of Death Knight would look like. You know what I mean? Like this one is like rotten to the core from the beginning. It's just it's not starting from a place of health. You know, it's not healthy for the spec or the game or anything. Like the Apex design is incredibly unhealthy too. Like all your damage being lumped into like they took the Rider build from last season, which was already very centered around being powerful during your Four Horsemen from Apocalypse Now, and they made it worse. Like the whole tree is condensed into Forbidden Knowledge, and Forbidden Knowledge is centered into the same exact shit. So like they're taking the worst aspects of the spec and tripling down on it. How do you get a set of PvP at max level ASAP? I wouldn't recommend buying stuff right now. I mean, you could buy stuff with Conquest if you wanted to, but technically there's not a whole bunch of value in doing that. All your gear scales to 310 and shuffle and stuff right now. In rated PvP, your gear just scales to 310. As long as it's like above a certain eye level, I think. So you don't have to worry about that. Your honor gear, save your honor for next week and buy the honor gear next week. I wouldn't worry about stuff this week too much. You're buying honor gear next week. There'll also probably be craftable gear next week that is similar eye level. So like technically, fucking world quests are probably a bit like a more lucrative activity than doing arena right now, at least for Conquest. Being realistic. And I say world quest because you can use that gold to buy like BOE on again next week, and that's probably more lucrative. So the bet to your short answer to gearing for PvP for next season is to mostly wait until next season and then do the or farm honor right now. But I wouldn't worry about like the conquest gear that you get today is totally useless like tomorrow. You know, it's we're gonna be in I want to say like 315 eye level or higher with patch. So I wouldn't worry about it. I don't know exactly what the eye level get like what they are. It might actually be 323. I don't know if Onagir. I don't know if I'm curious. So the very end tier mythic rate gear is 344. I'm not sure if Conquest gear is 344 or not. And then Onagir would be 13 levels lower than that, so it'd be like 331 would be Onagir. Conqu's 344. So then 331's Onagir then. Bro, that's a giant. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, so that gives you an idea there, right? If Onagir is 331, 298 gear doesn't do much. I wouldn't worry about it. It's not going to be like I wouldn't go out of your way to farm Conquest gear, considering it's totally useless on Tuesday. Most important thing would be just farming as much honor as you can, in my opinion. All right, guys, that's it for me today. Thank you guys for watching. Yeah, exactly. Just relax. I wouldn't go crazy on it. Can you craft a PvP gear from last season? You should be able to, yeah, and you should be able to put the new stuff in if you want to. Thank you, Clink. It was nice talking to you again, buddy. Thank you for the 65-month tier 3 resub and for everything, buddy. Thank you to YB Mad for the 20 subs, Kakarot for the 27-month resub, Avin the 67-month tier 3 resub. No More Lies, the $66.60 donation. What am I saying? And the 4 gifted subs at the side of the stream. Chuck for the host. Aaron with the 103-month resub. All of you guys for watching today. Hopefully we get some Mythic Plus and stuff done this season as well, Clank, if you're down. And some PvP. Good night, guys. Enjoy the rest of the reset. Hopefully the season's fun. Talk to you guys soon. Nice talking to you as well, Tom, buddy. We're going to host Van. I will talk to you guys a little bit later on tonight.